Okay, chat. Sorry. I got a little bit of saliva in my nostrils, apparently. Cool. Welcome on in. How are we all doing on this fine Friday afternoon? Let's see. Before we... I hope I didn't misplace it. Here it is. I'm just going to do a little bit of an audio check before we begin. Which means pulling out my phone and making sure I can hear my own gosh darn stream. Because that's about the only way I know to verify that I can actually hear everything. Okay. I'm holding my phone a little bit away. Okay. Alright, I got the audio test I wanted. Greetings, folks. My name is Coinstamp. So sorry about today and this week, which I will be more than happy to explain as soon as we actually get started. First, I want to thank Devious Grace for their continued subscription gift to Rasby. Please, Rasby, I hope you enjoy the glorious emotes. I'm overselling them a bit, but I hope you enjoy all the perks that come along with it. And I don't really have any patrons or donators at this time, but I do want to thank people for their past donations last year. Those really helped out a lot. Now, without further ado, let's see, am I set up correctly? I'm a little bit offset, so if I just tilt it like this. Let's see, this is like my natural position, so I want to tilt it like this. Maybe a little more. Yeah, kind of like this. Maybe. Balancing audio setups or like peripheral positioning is not an easy thing to do. I'll just go ahead and upshift the volume. Welcome to another long overdue episode of Breath of the Wild. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. It's just easy to say. How are we in health and spirit today? I was doing great, and then I had to relieve myself, and I'm not doing quite so okay anymore. My gut is in a lot of pain, but I am soldiering through it anyway. I'm doing my best. I will say, if I keep having to get up and go to relieve myself, I do reserve the right to, cut the stream early, because I don't want you guys sitting there waiting on me to finish, going to the, bathroom. I don't want 10, 15-minute pot sessions taking up what is valuable stream time. I will cut things off there, but the pain has settled down. I don't know if it was the ramen from yesterday or it was the hash browns this morning. Something did not agree with my, gut. Just straight up didn't agree with my gut. Don't know what it is. But that did cause me to take a 15-minute sabbatical onto the toilet. And I was not a fan of that. I hope nobody else has had any pain like that today. Now, I believe we are long overdue for a recap, and also let me make sure the combined chat mode is on. At least I think it's on. Let's type a test message. Cool. Although apparently, yeah, I was about to say, I don't know what was going on with that. It's all the tiny little things, right? It's all the tiny little things that you have to constantly readjust for. Now, last time, we managed to make it through, let's see. Here is Great Plateau. This is where we started. We managed to make it through to the Dueling Peaks and to, all the way over to Kakariko. And then we made it not one, not two, but 3 regions. We made it 3 regions last stream, and I would like to make it through like another 2 more today. I have a pretty big lofty goal in mind, and that goal is to defeat Va Meadow today. Let's see, I think our shrine might actually be across the way there. We already managed to get this one. Now you might be asking yourselves, why am I making such a bum rush to Va Meadow? We have all this unexplored land. Well, my fine friends, I'll reiterate again. It's mostly because, let me just see if I can't drop down. Yeah, there we go. The reason is so that we can get the champion power that results from completing Va Meadow, and by doing so, we'll be able to start actually 100%ing the game. I think this is gonna just work out better for us in the long term. YouTube, I want to especially apologize to you because, actually, I know... No, this is an equivalent... hello. I want... Yes, please give me a snap of that. Hello, Dinral. That's one of the divine dragons. We're dealing with its corrupted form right now. Just gonna try to ignore it for right now. Just maybe... minding where these fireballs are kind of going. I'm gonna hope that they don't turn around and accidentally try to get us. Hey, Happy New Year, just saying hi. Hey there, Axel. Good to see you again. I'm just gonna pause this while we talk. Seribot? Yes. Sorry. I haven't introduced Seribot that often lately. Seribot and Kumabot Defender, if you look in the viewers part of Twitch, those are bots that are specially designed to counteract hate raids or spam, like, you know, bots offering viewers or follows, things like that. That's mainly what those bots are there for. It's something that I haven't personally had to deal with. I've never had to deal with, but I have seen it happen on other streams, and I took it upon Gracker221's recommendation to like get these for myself. Oh, I see. Never seen Seribot before? No problem. And Happy New Year to you too, Axel. How was my new year? It was okay. Mostly wish people would stop shooting fireworks. That's mostly what I wanted. I have 3 dogs here at home, 2 dachshunds, and a black lab. Now, I get it. It's the time of the year. People are gonna be festive. I get it. but the dogs were just... the small ones, not so bad, but anytime you have like a medium or a large sized dog, like a lab or a Great Dane would be another example of a large dog, that their aversion to loud noises increases as the size does. Yeah, specifically the black lab would just not stop pawing at the doors to get to some dark place where they could hide, but yet they still wanted to pace around anyway. So yeah, poor babies. It's not like a strict correspondence, Axel. I do want to make sure I'm very clear on that. It's just something I've noticed in regard to when I've house sat for clients before. It generally tends to be the larger dogs are more sensitive to things like auditory disruption. Specifically, any super loud noise will scare them, like snap of a finger. Trying to figure out what the best way... Yeah, that's probably better. How was new... Sorry, I'm still recovering from 30 minutes ago. How was your new year, Axel? I trust it was good. Was all right? You have any good eating that came along with that? I know for my New Year's, people brought over, let's see, a bundt cake. People brought over casseroles, and then we mostly had ham. Eating snails. Like escargot, or just like straight up snails? Or is that sarcasm and I should be better at detecting it? Yes, escargot. I've never had it. The people I've seen talking about it are hugely divided on it. You either you suck at sarcasm, completely valid. As a neurodivergent myself, it's one of those. I don't mind if people use it, but I do have to clarify what's sarcasm and what isn't. So, good to know. This is the part where the little sparkly, like, sound effect comes in here. How are you? How did you find escargot? I know you're a native French person, so... People who hate eating snails have never tried snails. That's probably fair. It's the same thought as like eating grasshoppers, right? Eating grasshoppers is kind of this thing where it's more disgusting to think about than it is to actually try. Out west toward California, I know they're still continually... I want to say there are still movements to get, like, grasshopper and cricket cookies into the mix. Now, there are some insects you don't want to eat for a number of reasons. Cockroach is one of them. If something has, like, a number of bacterial diseases associated with it, yeah, don't eat that. You know, this isn't Fallout where you're having to eat steamed rad roach and hope that you're not getting sick. It's, this is the real world, and if you don't need to eat disease-ridden insects, don't. It's like mentally you don't want to try, but once you eat, never seen anyone who dislikes snails. Everybody loves it once they've tried it. I will bear that personal experience in mind, Axel. I appreciate that. To give you a little slice into my day today, I went out for a jog/walk today. The road that I'm attached to, that my neighborhood comes out to, is not the safest, but the neighborhood itself is pretty safe. So I mostly just stayed inside the neighborhood and took a nice 30-minute walk. And then I guess after that, well, the rest is right in the VOD for people to hear. I'm just making sure. Sorry, I'm making sure I haven't missed something, or I'm not like struggling to connect the dots, which I think is what I'm doing right now. I've made it a goal to try to work on myself this year. Do you have any New Year's resolutions, Axel? You don't have to share them. I'm merely curious if you have them. Whether or not you share them, I'll leave that up to you. Because those things can be sensitive. Or personal. I got done chatting with an associate or an acquaintance of mine. We've both kind of elected to start working out, like getting back into working out this year. So, all I have to do is kind of like weigh myself and note what my individual weight is, and then start making the trek toward losing some. You don't have any because you never respect them. You know what? Fair. What I've sort of done with this New Year's resolution that I've made is I've made the grand goal, right? But I just started by saying, can I do the thing today? Can I make this nice little tiny goal of, can I do it today? Did I do it? Yes. Is it perfect or even good? No, but at least I did it. And then next time, I'll be able to do it again, but a little bit better. Winter does make this complicated, but I'll figure that out. Tomorrow you'll meet an internet friend for the first time. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm working toward having not exactly the same thing, but eventually something similar should happen. It's a little bit different when you're in between that like friendship and online dating space. So it's hard to know, when you should take things offline, so to speak. Especially if you're not frequent chatters. But that's a me thing. I'm really excited that you're gonna meet them, and I hope that meeting goes well. Did you and your friend draft up any plans? I don't need to know what they are. That's your business. I'm merely asking, were plans drafted? And if so, are you confident in them? Oh, pain. YouTube friend, you've been wanting to meet since 2016? Ooh. Wow, this must have taken many you meet in Paris and spend the day in Paris. That sounds fun. If you ever take any photos, you're more than welcome to share them, or don't, your choice, in the Discord. We do have a place for a photo gallery in there. You just make a post. Obviously, no NSFW stuff, but I have a feeling I don't need to worry about that from you. Still. You might. Up to you. The photo gallery is not exactly a highly used feature in my Discord. I'm not exactly looking to change that, but I do want to make it apparent that we do have one. I've posted some tying pictures in there along with mostly like released thumbnails, which I need to do after stream today. I need to release a whole bunch of thumbnails. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna let you continue. Gotta take a shower? Very well. Thank you for stopping by, though, Axel. I really seriously appreciate that. Take care of yourself. And before you go... In about 2 days from now, Axel LPS will be streaming this game along with my, well, not along with me specifically, but, you know, that it'll essentially we'll be both streaming the game concurrently. So look forward to that. You're very welcome, Axel. Enjoy your shower. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you again. Probably either tomorrow or Sunday, at least for a few minutes. Oh, okay. I think whatever that pang was on my left-hand side of my stomach subsided. Oh. Being able to talk with folks is nice. It's nice having a bigger social circle than I normally have. I think for the past maybe 1.5 years, my social circle has been my tabletop group, which, don't get me wrong, I don't want to disparage the company of my real-life friends. I enjoy them immensely, and I hope if they're listening, they know that. My sibling included, of course. But by the same token, I want to say there's a shrine up there, which we're going to ignore for the time being. I enjoy having new friends, too. For those who don't know, I'm an extrovert by trade, by nature. I like meeting people. I like seeking people. I like having social experiences. I realize that might sound strange in today's largely introvert-centered world. And for extra clarity, I have zero problem with that. You know, lots of people that I know that are introverted have social anxiety. They have, hello. You gonna... Alright. Flee if you're gonna flee, otherwise you're getting shot. Because I definitely don't want to be nipped from my backside. A fresh, high-quality piece of oh, right. We don't need to read this. I forgot to mention this in the recap. We did totally try to get up there before, and I failed. I failed to steer the ship, chat. We're going to... Let's go ahead and take these snaps real quick. Oh, come on. That's right, you guys need to run. And because we went a long time without saving, we actually probably need to make, like, smaller saves here so we don't lose our progress. I would like to avoid that. I'd like to be able to sincerely make it this time. But I like actually... Hello. I like actually having... I like increasing my social circle. Which might be tough, because any prospective partners I find, you know, out there, I just get the feeling I'm gonna be diametrically opposed, like juxtaposed with them somehow. It's like the internet acquaintance I was talking to today. We're talking over an app, and I come to find that they're introverted, which is fine. I have zero problem with this. I just think it's interesting that I kind of seem to be the lone extrovert that has zero problems bonding with a bunch of introverts. It's just a matter of like, lived experience, right? Lived experience and personal issues and stuff like that. So our goal is to make it across the mountain, or across the crevice, or canyon between the mountains. Should be right over there. I'm hoping that we won't have to deal with... hello, Great Fairy Fountain. Nice of you to pop on by. I think a weapon tumbled down to the bottom. Not 100% sure. There we go. Okay. Let's try to avoid situations where we end up in combat. Which I think we can do by climbing up the side like this. But also, save! Salve. Okay. God. I'm sorry. I'm kind of anticipating, the next the next time I'm going to have to go take a visit to the pearly white throne. I'm not going to enjoy that. I want to apologize for the week I've been MIA. I mean it. I've been in like an autopilot state for the past 4 days, where since my sleep was so screwed up, I would wake up at odd times. Obviously it'd be too late to stream. So I would, play to get through whatever, sleep-infused delirium I was experiencing, and then try to go back to sleep. Or I would sleep at 11 trying to take a nap, hoping I'll wake up in an hour, and I don't. So I want to apologize for that. That's why I've been at MIA, is largely that. Now, I've tried to spend the energy making recordings, and editing, which I am in the works of editing other stuff now. Or not right now, but, gonna be able... Can we, Oh, right. I see what we gotta do. What I need to do is, climb up. Like this. Need to shoot the malice eyeballs. Nice! So now we actually have a way around the malice, which is good. Ooh, did you hear that? Grody. Yuck. Gross. But I did release episode 17 this week, and my intention is going to be to try to release episode 18 of the Dragon Quest Let's Play on next Wednesday. That's generally when I've been trying to release the YouTube videos, is right about lunchtime on Wednesday. Because I'm having to also manage like 3 or 4 other different recording projects at the same time. I have run into a snag. There's a discrepancy I need to try to explain somehow, and I would like to have a little bit more of a precise answer than, oh, well, this one particular monster that we find right here just happens to be weaker than, you know, the normal version of the monster in this same area we would find later. That literally a timing difference causes the monster to be weaker. And while I can derive things like gold or experience, the monster's actual other stats are not something I can readily derive. I've looked around. I've checked GameFAQs. I've checked NeoSeeker. I have checked Reddit. I've even checked YouTube to see if someone else has done a deep dive on these monsters, and no one else has done it. So I'm at an impasse. I'm hoping that with a couple of responses on Reddit and maybe one on the Dragon Quest Discord that we will get to the bottom of the information drought that I so desperately need to get past. To post this 18th video on time. And then after that, I'm going to record or start editing the next one, have it scheduled for the following Wednesday, and then I can finally get to work on the Patreon stuff. That's kind of just, it's been a slow climbing battle. And then only after I think I've caught up with Patreon and, you know, the Dragon Quest Let's Play, do I finally think I have the time for some kind of an extended review of Steel Rising, along with actually completing it. I still have it in progress as an in-progress Let's Play because we still have to actually get the ending I was looking for. Okay, so what we want to do is go find that one, put a pin on it. And now let's skedaddle. So, like I've said before, our goal today is to go through and actually defeat Von Meadow. Now, that may require some additional prep beyond just getting the necessary regions. It may require us actually getting a couple of extra shrines, getting a stamina wheel and everything, and then maybe along with stocking some weapons, we'll actually be able to do it. It may not require that additional prep work. We may be able to just suffer, but we do want to come in a little bit prepared. Hello, I was not looking to do this. Go back to the cliff, please. Well, I hope we can get that done in a 4-hour sitting. I'm very prepared for us not to have it done in the 4-hour sitting. Also, I hope everyone on YouTube liked the thumbnail. Also, Twitch, YouTube, if you guys want to say hi, feel free. Those are also choo-choos. Hey, Mr. Rowan Darcy, welcome back to the stream. Good to see ya. How are you in health and spirit today? Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a pretty good time. We are on our way to activate the next Sheikah Tower, and get it mapped, and then we can actually start. Hello. And we can start trying to get ready for Vom Meadow. That's our goal today, is getting a Divine Beast down. That's gonna be hard when we haven't done hardly any extra shrines, but I'm willing to make things work. Sorry, I'm still anticipating having to, like, go sit on the pearly white throne again. That's why I got a late start today. I just spent 15 minutes in pain. Well, not but like 15 minutes before I went live, I just spent the entire time in pain. So, my mind and my body is still anticipating having to go do that again. You may have been lurking for a bit. Ah, I see. You're doing all right. Only 3 days left on your heart monitor. Awesome. Also, Vom Meadow this early sounds rough. Guts hurting. Pepto or Imodium? Don't have either. I will probably try to ingest some over commercial break, because now is not a good time. Because if I do that, I'm probably going to have to... If I take a break like this to go grab it, it's going to take me at least 90 seconds to do that. And that means I'll have to run an ad. I really don't want to do that. I feel like that would break from the immersive experience. It was probably the hash browns this morning, if I had to guess. Or maybe, since I was taking a jog today, maybe breakfast in combination with stressing my body out a little bit more physically caused that whole episode to happen. Not 100% sure. It could have also been the curry powder and the ramen I put in at about 1 o'clock this morning. Maybe my body didn't like the curry powder. I'd rather you take care of your health. I'm watching on 2 devices, so I don't mind watching double the... You don't I appreciate that. Every little drop of ad revenue helps. That said, I do at least want to cross this gap. Let's do that first. And then I will take that break. Oh, here I thought it was a crevice. It's actually just straight up cliff edge. I guess I just want to make sure I'm not, like, stumbling into a trap here. Okay. You're on YouTube on the Flexbox and Twitch on your phone? Cool, awesome. You can even chat with yourself then if you so desire. And it should show up on the screen. Alright, at my sibling's insistence, I will take a temporary reprieve. I'm gonna put a 90-second ad up on Twitch. YouTube shouldn't have any ads, but don't quote me on that. While I go find wherever or whatever constitutes Pepto or Imodium. And I guess I'll be stretching the servos and joints while that's going on as well. Let's see, where is this BRB source? It's right here. I still need to get the correct, like, mask on this. I do want you to see me hydrate, though. I'm actually being a good boy today. This is pure water. That's all this is water. I took this with me while I was walking out on the neighborhood street today. Speaking of, I need to go fill this for more water. Yep, I will be back shortly. And hell yes to healthy choices. Am I right, chat? Or am I right? Okay. I am back. Sorry about that, chat. Self-care is important. Now, I can't really demonstrate this too well, but I do promise that I'm sitting up about as straight as I possibly can. And I'll apologize if I can't give you the full money's worth. I just took some Pepto, but It does kind of hurt to sit up straight like this. Not sure why. Give it my best. I'm gonna give my best soldier impression, though. Thank you, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Much appreciated. Let's see. I do think we're making good progress so far. I mean, we've marched basically through all of these areas and just gotten the bare minimum of, I guess everyone has a different definition of that, but we pretty much just hopped from tower to tower. Just want to remind you to stretch and hydrate. Don't hurt yourself to do them. Love you. Thanks. Appreciated. Hello, good sir. Please tell me your name isn't Traveler.
Ooh.
Ah, Fallmark. Hey, fella. Are you climbing up the Hebra Mountains? If so, allow this famous shield server to teach you a trick for mountain climbing.
Oh.
If you imagine the feeling of sliding downhill while climbing uphill, it's easy. In fact, it becomes downright exciting. That's because the tougher the going is, the better surfing back down will be. Okay. I see it did not take long for the Stalazalfos to show themselves. Where was it? It's right there. We are making some good progress on our compendium as well. How has your gaming been going, Mr. Rowan Darcy? Game much lately? Or, meh, been busy with real life? Huh, this is... sarcastically, this will be more water than I've ever drank in a single month. Maybe not entirely sarcasm, but... it feels good to actually drink some. I needed this. Okay. It's over here. I need to shift slightly to the right. There we go. Judging by this harpoon-like spearhead of this Lizalfos-made spear, the Lizalfos use it for fishing as well as combat. Try not to get caught on the wrong end of its barbs. I'm gonna go ahead and use that ice rod. Lots of things here are gonna resist the cold anyway, so... since lots of things here are gonna resist the cold, ice rod doesn't make much sense. At least to me. I see you over there. Sir, where were you? I'm not sure you really want to be doing this, but maybe I can use the chaos to my advantage. We're gonna be very quiet, chat. We're gonna wait for this guy to get ambushed. I know the villainy, the sheer villainy, but I promise it's for a good cause. Watch this guy not get ambushed. Well, that kind of sucks. Well, that's fine. We can do it like this. Oh, I guess our sneaking around is over. Yeah, we're still, it's still quite cold. Okay. Okay. The severed tail of an ice breath Lizalfos. Its hard scales and flesh make it unsuitable for cooking, but it's perfect for making elixirs. Knights of Hyrule once carried this sword. These days, it's the weapon of choice for seasoned adventurers thanks to its ease of use and high attack power. Let's throw away the sickle. For whatever reason, I thought a piece of ore was up here, but I guess that's not the case. We do need to find a cook pot real soon, though, or we're gonna have a incredibly bad time. Now, I want to say this is low-level resistance. Yeah, it is. We have to keep on this thing, or we freeze to death. Okay, good. Even better. Man, the photo opportunities just don't stop. I might post a photo of myself in the Discord today. I took a photo while I was working out, or, like, exercising. Don't worry. Hello. Ice Key Swing, a rare Ice Key Swing. Its frozen surface gleams attractively, but its usefulness isn't readily apparent. I was decent at everything. I walked outside. I had to be. But, I was wearing a jacket and everything. And actually, like, walked uphill and then on a flat road for a significant chunk of time. I don't think I'm super photogenic or anything, but I do think it's one of my better photos I've taken. Alright, where are some ruins? I would like a place to put a cook pot, please. You know, I guess technically we don't need to do that. The problem is that we can't cook with an open flame. Are you serious? Save now before we lose progress? Poggers! Run! Nice. Please tell me we have some apples for this. Oh. I thought I heard someone yell for help earlier. Nice, I was trying to save that fairy. Run! I don't want to fight these guys. Someone over there saw us, but I think they eventually, you know, decided not to, you know, pursue us. It was in their best interest not to do that. Hello, hello, cool Safina. My Safina. This medicinal plant grows in high elevations, such as mountains in the Hebra or Gerudo regions. When cooked into a dish, it will temporarily increase your heat resistance. I see. So the whole thing needs to be melted down, right? And it takes 3 such arrows? Cool. Now you just need to figure out where the Rito are and try to have some money in order to get the cold equipment. We're gonna need that. Because the Rito gear will be far more suitable for our adventures in this frozen land of Tabantha and wherever this place is. We're about to find out its name as soon as we get up to the top of this tower. And I think we're making some really damn good time, I have to say. And we have 2 minutes of cold resistance left on the clock before we start hurting ourselves. Drink time. This is my reminder to you guys, chat. Hydrate if you hadn't done so. Drink some water. Or, you know, whatever you have on hand. Doesn't have to be water. Just drink something. And here's the rest of it's the Hebra Mountains, right? Isn't that the name of this land? Yeah, the Hebra Mountains. That's where we are. And I want to say it's Lake Totori. I think our friends are here at Lake Totori. Yeah, because the Rito had like an island structure. Oh wow, the world is huge. Yeah, the world's massive. Hey there, CVBHD. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you in health and spirit? And hope you enjoy the stay. Your stay. Yes, this game is massive. Absolutely massive. And I look forward to showcasing all of it. Now let's see if we can't find our flighty bird friend, the Rito. I suppose since it's the bottom of the hour, about to be the top of the second one, I do want to take a short moment to thank everybody so much for coming in and hanging out today. I really appreciate the company. It means a lot. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please consider a Twitch follow or a YouTube subscription. Both of those are free. Please consider sharing the channel, either Coinstamp or Swirling Vortex 09, on your socials. Those really do help. I would have posted on mine today, but I was just trying to get my foot out the door and actually be on time, like relatively on time, and I still managed to fail at that. I'll also go ahead and shield the Discord. Chat dock appears to be malfunctioning a bit. So, like, it should show. It should still show for you guys, but apparently trying to check the chat destinations, not so much. Oh, we need to move, like, right now. It's gonna be, like, what, down there? I didn't want a horse whistle there. Where do you hail from, CVBHD? How did you find this channel? Were you told about it? Sometimes I talk to random people about it. Good friend points you in this direction. I'm just curious how people come here. It's something I pay attention to from on an algorithmic level. We're going to eat. Gotta keep fed since we're really freaking hella cold right now. Temperature gauge in the bottom right hand of the video display for those that are wondering what the heck I'm talking about. Is that the... Nah, I feel like it's over this way and I've just messed up where I'm trying to go. Gotta keep going. We need to move as fast as humanly possible. Probably what? I can't even place a pin is the thing. Once we get into a shrine, our temperature problem will temporarily disappear, but... I'm beginning to think it was those hash browns I ate, chat. Random person you told about the channel. Happy to be here. Nice. I'm glad you could make it. CVBHD. Goodness, that's gonna take my mouth a second to, get fully out of my mouth. Now, I wonder, No, I can't eat any more stuff right this second. I don't think I actually get the benefits of food unless I've cooked it, which is fine. So, as I've reiterated... Oh, hello, we're actually going to change it soon. It's been that since you were a kid, but you want something different? That's completely fair. To be quite honest... The reason I've arrived at the name Coinstamp was because of an old MMO name I had. That was my old World of Warcraft account name, not character name. My character names were all random generator plus a few letter edits, but the actual account name itself was just something my dad and I threw together when he got the MMO for my 14th. Yeah, my 14th birthday. And I've sort of used it as a moniker ever since. In the few places where I've had it as a moniker. Unfortunately, I would like for my YouTube and Twitch channel names to be the same, because that hurts discoverability, but the YouTube channel is older than the Twitch channel, so there's nothing I can do. Plus, the name is already occupied or taken up. So I'm stuck with it, but we're gonna make it work. I've chosen to make it work. Yeah, it's the things we name our channels or like our online personas as kids and teenagers. Sometimes it really sticks around, and sometimes it doesn't. Falls off pretty flat. I think my sibling has the opposite experience on this, where. Sorry, let me figure out what the heck is attacking me? Ah. There, I've killed one of your friends. Would you like to, leave now? I see. Oh, I think they finally got the memo. Okay, now we're headed back to the start, which we really don't want to do. Sorry. Thinking like 3 different tracks at once. So, what sorts of, Sorry. Coin is thinking about how he best wants to ask this. I suppose at some point Coin actually has to just ask what he wants to ask and not hem and haw about it. play any single-player games like this before. CVB HD. Not necessarily the same scope as Breath of the Wild, which I would argue, as I've shown on the world map, is massive. And you start in this tiny spot here. But something either smaller or larger. I can't think of too many games that are as large as Breath of the Wild, though. I think Breath of the Wild is one of the just larger action-adventure games out there. I can't believe that took me 10 minutes to even think about how I wanted to ask that. Oof. Today my speaking skills are not at their finest, apparently. Okay. So I think that over there, yeah, I think if we zoom in, see those wooden, like, huts? That's where the Rito live. We want to be heading over there. And not getting attacked by giant choo-choos in the process. Skyrim, you put an unhealthy amount of hours into that game. Had to help Mom finish packing for work. Awesome. I learned about that, by the way, Mr. Rowan Darcy. I'm happy that Mom has found some suitable employment. And yes, I have also put a disgusting amount of hours into Skyrim. I want to say it's like over 1,000 hours? I'm trying to think of games I've put, like, it's at least over 800. I could be pretty confident in that. Yeah. Greetings, traveler. How about a song? And while he's sitting there with a look on his face like that, gonna go ahead and continue conversing for just a second. I want to say, out of all the time I've put into Skyrim and, like, Fallout and similar games, I think three-quarters of it has been modded. Same. You couldn't say how much, since you have hours on 3 different places, Switch, Xbox, and PC. I think I'm fortunate for... Fallout New Vegas is the one I could say is kind of like that, where I've had a decent split between console and PC, and I think I've had like 250 hours on Xbox back when I had it on Xbox, and then since then I've only ever added to the count for Fallout New Vegas. I think I'm approaching the 500-hour mark. Look, single player experiences are you'd be scared to see how many hours you have. While you dig up those hours, I want to mention to folks that I routinely take 3-minute breaks here on stream. I used to do them for 5 minutes, but we're overdue to take a break. I do run 3 minutes of ads, but that's mostly to help with pre-roll. Twitch algorithmic stuff. If I could run less ads, guys, I would. I hate that running 3 minutes of ads per hour is sort of the best way to be discovered. But what can you do? It really is a catch-22 for us content creators, and I wish I could explain that in more concrete terms, but I don't want to linger on the meta discussions any further. But I would really urge people to get up, stretch, take a break, maybe go grab a cup of coffee. I want my stomach to die down before I consider getting my cup for today. But I do sincerely want to thank everybody. I've done all the shilling, so without further ado, we're just gonna take that break. See you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. I am back. Sorry about that, chat. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break while that was happening. Let's get back into it. Okay, let me make sure I haven't missed anything. Doesn't look like I have. I am going to tinker with something on the streaming side for 1 second before we continue. I may need to go find the... I need to go find the source that this is pulling from, so give me just a second. Here it is. Yep. Okay. I just updated the chat text box and everything, so now any future messages should stay up for about a minute or so. It gave you time to trim around the monitor. Second skin tape is very annoying. Ah, I see. Oh, right, heart monitor. Now I remember. Yes, that I can imagine the adhesive being very annoying. I believe you commented on its itchiness much earlier, or while we met up last Saturday. I feel that pang in my stomach. I apologize, chat, but I'm gonna have to step away and go hit that pearly white throne now. So sorry about this. Yeah, we had mentioned before, or you had told me before that it was because you have a reaction to the adhesive. So sorry. Be right back. Sorry about that, chat. I am back. Oh. Thank you, by the way, for the follow. I really do appreciate it. I really probably do need a little auditory beep that happens just for me so that I know when it's happening, but... You want me to take a cute selfie with Cass? Sure. Let me finish reading his dialogue and I will absolutely do that. But beforehand, I will also preface this with, I think if it happens any more often than an hour, I might cut the stream a bit early, as I alluded to at the beginning of the stream. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Man. Wow, today has not been kind to my gullet for whatever reason. Greetings, traveler. How about a song? That there, on your hip. Gut issues do in fact suck. And the interesting thing is unless it was the curry powder from this morning, I shudder to think what the actual real issue could be. No, I'm sorry, it's nothing. I didn't mean to pry. No worries. I'm not gonna comment on his avianness. Allow me to introduce myself. Good lord. My name is Cass. I'm a bard traveling this land in search of ancient songs. Have you heard of the ancient songs of Hyrule? What ancient songs? Ancient songs. Songs that sing the praises of a hero who beat back the calamity in ages past. This sounds strangely like what Impa was talking about earlier. One of the more famous among them recounts the events of 10,000 years ago. I happen to know a song about the ancient hero. It was passed down to me by my teacher. Do you care to hear it? I think it's going to be the same as the cutscene you get when you ask Impa about 10,000 years ago, but we're going to play through it once anyway. Sure. Excellent. Without further ado, I'm going to wink out the camera for this part. The kingdom of Hyrule is a vast and storied land, oft grasped. Oh, hello. A dark force of destruction, many times undone, rises once again, Ganon the Calamitous One. But hope survives in Hyrule, for all is not lost. Two brave souls protect it, no matter the cost. A goddess blood prince and a fearless knight, they appear in each age to fight the good fight. Their battle with Ganon I've committed to song to keep it through time, no matter how long. Now begins the second verse. Listen and you'll know of their battle with Ganon 10,000 years ago. The kingdom of Hyrule was once a land of lasting peace, a culture of such strength and wit that suffering did cease. He speaks this more slowly, but Ganon lurked beneath the surface, strengthening its jaws. So the ancient people of Hyrule set out to help the cause. Their efforts bore fruit in an automated force to help avert calamity by sealing it at its source. 4 giant behemoths, for which power never ceased. Each of these titans was called the Divine Beast. And free-willed machines that hunted down their prey, these guardians were built to last, so they could join the fray. To guide the beasts in battle, warriors were needed, so 4 champions pledged to see Ganon defeated. Yeah, this is exactly what Impa shows us earlier. Divine Beasts, Guardians, Princess, and Knight, their plan to rout Ganon was looking airtight. It's just, if you want to hear it a different way, here you go. Plus, we have people who were new to this here. And when Calamity Ganon reared its head, Hyrule rose against it. The optimism of Hyrule all the more incensed it. Ganon raged in its assault, boiling with hate. It gnashed its teeth and thrashed about, But it was all too late. The Guardians kept the heroes safe through every hour. The Divine Beasts unleashed attacks that weakened Ganon's power. The hero with the sealing sword struck the final blow, and the holy power of the princess sealed Ganon's soul. And that is the story of the brazen attack on Calamity Ganon 10,000 years back. Hot damn, Cass, you're a poet and we all already bloody knew it. Hey Twitch, that was a poor time to show me several banner-style ads and make the screen smaller. Oh no! I don't have any control when they do this. Yikes! I am so sorry they did that. But I guess that is at least preferable to have them shrink the screen as opposed to like just completely play an ad over it. Yuck. It's all good. You just laugh at Twitch. I too laugh at Twitch. I also cry internally when it does this. Every content creator does, unless they're already fully syndicated. Thank you for listening. Please come back and hear it again sometime. Now, Mr. Rowan Darcy did redeem channel point actions, have me do something in game. They want me to take a selfie with Cass, which we're going to do right now. We're just going to turn this to the self-portrait. Let me zoom this out a fair bit. I don't know why the chat scrolled up here. Let's see. I believe we are able to zoom out. Lady, you are photobombing my shot. Don't do that. The nerve of some NPCs, right? Oh, let's see. Can we pose? Nope. We're just... Ah, yes, this is how we do it. Lady, please. Yes, exactly. I get that she's got to clean, but she doesn't have to do it right in front of the picture. This one looks good. Sure, we'll replace the picture. So now the Hyrule Compendium just forever has Cass in it. Cool. Is there anything else you can tell us about Cass? Oh, did you want to hear my song? No, thank you. I see. Well, do let me know if you change your mind. And this is the single-player experience. We're sitting right outside. Cute. That's my husband. Him and Sidon. Wait, Cass is another husband of yours, Mr. Rowan Darcy? I know about Sidon, but Cass is a whole new discovery altogether. Or maybe I just don't remember what we've talked about. Google's Sidon. Yeah, if you don't mind spoiling yourself, feel free. Otherwise, all I could say is that we've technically already met him in-game. I want to say it's episode... Nope. I take that back. We haven't met him. I explicitly made my point not to do that. Yeah. Google at your own peril. Of course, you only take non-Hylian husbands. It's only a slight spoiler since he's been spoken of lately. Fair enough. Rumor Mill, Volume 2. We do, I did go ahead and mention this in the beginning, but I'm going to mention it again because new people are here. We are reading everything. Every shred of dialogue we get our hands on. This is a 100% Let's Play. Also, if anyone is caring about spoilers, this is a 1 hour late queue for you to maybe quite possibly mute the video. Don't mute the video player, mute the tab. That way you're still supporting me at the same time. But it's a live Let's Play, so there are spoilers. You have been warned. He's also on, so much of the art for the marketing of the game. Yes, that is true. It's hard to find someone who doesn't know about Sidon. Let's just say Sidon is, one of the biggest Rule 34 violators of Breath of the Wild fan art everywhere. Yeah, you've seen art of him around the internet. Exactly. This proves both of the points that we were making in chat and, me personally just now. It's just hard to get away from that long enough to not be spoiled. You have to actively filter it out of your search results or whatever. Let's see what this rumor mill has to say. But yeah, bottom line up front, bluff, so to speak. 100% means looking at everything, not just what the achievements require. Greetings from Tracy, your source for the best gossip and news. Have you been hearing any good stories on your travels? I've got a great one for you today. The sword that seals the darkness, the Master Sword. The sword that's especially designed to seal the darkness, the Master Sword. The only one who can wield this sword carries the blood of the hero in their veins. That's what they say about this special blade. Rumor has it the blade has been hidden away in a forest somewhere. I have to admit that this rumor really has me interested, but sometimes you have to face reality. My reality is there isn't any hero in my bloodline, so this sword would just be a big paperweight to me. Tracy's recommendation, 1 out of 5. Well, I guess that might be our cue to, look around. The thing about me is, I just can't get enough spice in my life. Spicy. I need that burny tingle. I've never heard spicy food described as a burny tingle. I got an engagement question. I shouldn't have said it that way, but I've already spoken it into existence. What is, out of all the 5 flavors of food, what is the worst, cringiest possible way you've heard it described to you? I believe Burny Tingle qualifies as the cringiest thing I've heard spicy food be described as so far. The Master Sword for the hero. The sword designed especially to thwart Ganon by the hero. That sword? Yes, exactly. I appreciate you leaning into the jokes, because you do them way better than I do, Mr. Rowan Darcy. You need curry rice, do you? Now, I have Hylian rice on hand, which I need to make curry rice, but I'm fresh out of Goron spice. I can't just run off and leave the stable. If you happen to get your hands on some Goron spice, good God. Can you give it to me? Sure thing. Thank you kindly, sonny boy. Curry rice always warms me right up. Lester, sir, you're gonna be waiting a long time for that curry rice, my friend. For reference, Death Mountain is somewhere up here. We have this plus Va Ruta to take care of before we even think about the Goron area. The worst flavor description you were given is probably bitter, being called if TV Static and Carpet Lint had a baby. Oh my god. Ugh, repulsive. You hate that. Like you could feel the carpet lint on your tongue. Ugh, I'm imagining TV Static on mine. Just, ugh. For those who are less aware, when something is too bitter, it has a ton of calcium in it. That's really what it, parses out to. So, go find, a sodium or a calcium carbonate or some other, mildly ingestible calcium and, stick that on your tongue for a minute. I promise bitter will be what comes out. You don't even need to go to soap. You can just find, I'm trying to think of, something with calcium carbonate in it. Not sure it counts, but we'll see about that. But your sister and I went to a restaurant where she asked the waiter for fish, but not really fishy fish. So fish that doesn't taste too fishy. That kind of counts. I think the word your sibling might have been looking for there, your sister, would be oily, but, all she had to do was say not oily fish. She wanted the fish dried or something. Ugh. Somehow they knew exactly... I don't know which is worse. The fact that the description was, bad, or that they knew what the bad description meant. Oh, man. This is a judgment-free zone, of course, but I can't imagine there wasn't, like, a slight to moderate facepalm happening while that was going on. Mr. Rowan Darcy, TV static isn't that bad. Like, you licked a CRTV or two in your childhood. Okay, news to me. That must be sarcasm. Also, for fish, that makes sense. Oily oceanic fish has a stronger taste and smell, so you want a less oily fish or one that's fresh. Or that's freshwater, yeah. I already snapped a pic at this, good. I want to say we're good to take off the cold clothes, because the Rito don't actually live in a cold place. It's the mountains around them that are cold. Well, you licked a CRTV. It wasn't sarcasm. Oh my god. I'm learning new things every single day, and some of them are profoundly disturbing. You could feel the static, and you wanted to know if it tasted how it feels. It does. Less awful than putting a battery in your mouth. Yeah, I think... is this one... Let me zoom out here. No, delete that. Got it. You did the battery thing too? Oh my god. For me, it was coins. I think the worst thing I've probably put in my mouth was coins. I don't know why I did this as a kid. I have zero excuses for it. The thing was always coins. Like pennies in particular. It was just... It's embarrassing to talk about, but it's something I can look back and say, I don't do that anymore. So hello, and I think we have found the place, ladies and gents. Hey. Good day. Those square batteries made your tongue tingle? I'll bet. Child, you had no qualms putting stuff in your mouth that you shouldn't have? Batteries, coins, TV static, you licked the end of a plug once. You thought you might find out what electricity tasted like? Tasteless, odorless, colorless. You don't taste electricity, you feel it. But yeah, when you're not exactly a grown-up, it's kind of it's hard to quantify it. Tingly and metallic. Oh, so it had a taste for you? Yeah, I think, coins are the strangest thing. I don't think I've put other weird things in my mouth, except when directed to by a doctor, like thermometers. I only know what metal tastes like because of coins and thermometers. That's it. I'm pretty happy to say I'm mild on that part of the chart. You were also a floor food kid? Couldn't be bothered with the 5-second rule. It's a wonder I'm alive. I did it sometimes as a kid, but I rarely, if ever, do that now. And I usually, for those who maybe don't know, I'm a fallen STEM major. I was studying to be a cellular and molecular biologist. I was on track to get my bachelor's degree in the field. You learn right quick, especially if you take any level of microbiology. You learn the nasty things that are underneath factory-packed shoes. I'm going to avoid more explicit and more, shall we say, pointed examples, because there are people in this audience that would not appreciate me bringing it up for like the 10th time. But factory-packed sneakers. I actually took a Q-tip, Q-tip, me and a partner both did that. We put that stuff on a culture, like a blood auger culture plate, stuck it in an incubator, came back in about 48 hours, and yeah, the place that was swabbed and prepared kind of looked a little bit lumpy. Yeah, and that, like I said, factory pack sneakers. So you learn right quick what, like, not to take anything for granted, because if factory packed shoes out of a box can grow bacteria like nobody's business, imagine the sneaker that maybe has been sitting there a long time. Imagine, you know, dirty, contaminated water. Like, that. There's a reason that water treatment is such an important thing. Water treatment is super important. There's a reason that people take E. coli outbreaks very seriously. Sounds very interesting. You love biolabs? It's a fun field. If you're gonna go into biology, any field of it though, be prepared for... how do I word this? Be prepared for some contradictions and pedagogy to emerge. For those who maybe aren't familiar with the word, pedagogy refers to teaching, like teaching methods. With biology, and only with biology for one reason or another, at least in my experience, they don't teach you about the more detailed points regarding genetics until you get to the upper level stuff. It's one thing like, oh, it's you're meant to take the major things out of the teaching model. But if there are egregious falsehoods that are going to be carried along with the teaching method, I kind of think it should be up to the biology department to clarify those and clean them up. You shouldn't have leftover bad habits that you're kicking out of, like, incoming upperclassmen. That should have already been kicked out at the initial level. But that's just me. I'm not someone with a degree in education, so maybe there's a reason that biology has these weird contradictory things in it. But yeah, if you're gonna go into biology and you're someone like me, right, who really hates contradictions, like to a point where if I don't understand the contradiction, I get upset that it's there, biology will be a frustrating field. Just throwing that out there. Let me go back and catch up on chat here. As a child of the 90s and early thousands, you had less access to the internet and couldn't look up your intrusive thought questions. Only option was to just do it. Fair, yeah. Also, yeah, even as an enviroscience major way back then, you swab stuff for bacteria, water fountains, sinks, and handles in the school bathroom. Yeah. You learn what things you really don't want to take for granted. You don't want to be a germaphobe about it, although if you are a germaphobe about it, that's completely valid. Everyone has their own icks, right? But your body is designed to be equipped and handle so much bacteria in one sitting that you don't have to fear about just touching something that maybe has someone's skin oils on it. You would reserve that fear for, like, body fluids or other things. It's totally legitimate to think about someone's skin oil and go, ick. Maybe don't touch it. But you don't need to exercise that fear if you aren't actually afraid of germs, if that makes any sense. I'm trying to be very careful as to not minimize people's icks, gross hoods, or otherwise like physical or mental conditions. I really don't want to do that. I'm only trying to say being exposed to germs is how your body develops an immunity in the first place. You don't want to coddle it. You just don't want to overstrain it either. You had quite a few pedagogues in your academic career. Yep. We did phones for testing. They were very frightful. Oh, I should have asked my microbiology instructor when I was at a 2-year college. His name was Dr. Was it Dr. Shields? Think so. I remember his appearance. I remember his appearance more than I remember him. Fields. Yes, Dr. Fields. There you go. I should have asked him back then if I could swab a cell phone, like my own cell phone, and just see what germs are on it. It was like a little bit of a treat, a little bit of an extra curiosity, but I didn't. And I really couldn't tell you why I didn't ask, just that I didn't. Oh, you'd imagine? Yeah, that's the thing about human biology is very interesting. It's why I wanted to be a cell and molecular biologist in the first place. Apart from like more detailed reasons. Trust me, you don't need to. It's upsetting, and you never stop alcohol swabbing your phone. Maybe people should be alcohol swabbing their phones. Have we considered this? Have we considered that if the truth is that ghastly, then people should be rinsing phones with alcohol swabs before handing it to their 5-year-old? Before, handing it to an elderly, like, grandma to swipe around? Maybe that should be common practice. You use alcohol wipes at least once a week while we're sort of waiting for people to pitch in about conversation. I am going to get us out of staring at a Rito mail here. Good day. Did you need something? Who are you? I am Gisane, or... This would be nice if it were voice acted, so I wasn't butchering this name. The Rito? Who are the Rito? Yes, the Rito of Lake Totori, where the men are fine archers and the women better singers. You being a Hylian, I'm surprised you haven't heard that before. I had a 100-year slumber. I'm older than you are alive. You should visit the village if you get a chance. Sure. Let's go do that. Because there's a shrine up there we want to complete anyway. Every little bit helps, and we're looking at that shrine now. We just walk through these wooden bridges and that aren't totally precarious, by the way. I don't know how these things are... I have an idea of how they're working without supports, but... It's because it's being braced the whole way, but still, this makes me cry inside. I suppose even though biology was my main field of focus when I was in college, I'm also very enthusiastic about math. I like math. Is that I can't tell if that was a chirp or some sort of bird. Think about it this way. You know how gross it is to borrow an earbud from someone and you can see all the gunk on it? Oh yeah. Consider how gross the stuff you can't see is. That's why you should regularly clean the thing you slap to your cheek and use your grubby mitts on regularly. Yeah, you usually clean mine. You're in IT. And I can't tell you the amount of questionable substances on people's phones and computers. Yeah, really, if I had a can of WD-40, I would probably give the keyboard an emergency cleaning right now. Because I'm quite conscious about that, but I don't have any... Did I say WD-40? I said WD-40, didn't I? I meant a can of compressed air. I don't know where my mind thought to insert WD-40. Yeah, I'm just gonna clean a keyboard with WD-40. I just had water go up the nose pipe. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm totally not gonna have to cough it up later. God, I don't even think about the gross stuff you see on some keyboards. I feel sympathy for computer repair folks. Me too. The smoothest keystrokes. To be fair, they have the same shape, color, can. They do. They do. Talk about lubed keycaps. They would be very, they wouldn't clack anymore, I tell you that. They might go squish instead. Or they might do a clack and a squish. That sounds grosser than it is, but... Yeah, compressed air is what I meant. But, I don't have any compressed air. More of a thock? How do you... I have to ask this question. I don't expect an answer. How do you know what that sounds like? Do you just know the automatopoeia for that? Or, is there something else maybe I don't want... I don't know. I'm guessing I'm asking, like, how you came to that knowledge to put that combination of letters together. Bach is a very interesting, sound, let's say. It's the Divine Beast. That explains that sound. Oh. Cutscene time! Okay. Because lots of keyboard reviewers... Okay. I think that's that water, like, slowly flowing out back into like, whatever other sinusoidal recesses I have. Lots of keyboard reviewers have words for specific typing sounds. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. You could literally look up Thocky keyboards and you'll get results. That's interesting. I didn't actually know that had a sound and that specific people in the practice had a sound for that. Make sure I don't miss anything. Just looking over, making sure I've replied to everything. Let's see, do I want to ask this? Probably not. Yeah, I think I've thought better of the question. All I'll say is that people can be downright gross creatures sometimes. Keyboards included. A traveler at this hour? I'd like to show you around, but now's not a really good time. What's going on, then? Did you see the beast in the sky? Yes, we got a cutscene, actually. But you wouldn't know that, Masley. Because you're not in the fourth wall. You're not sitting on top of the fourth battlement looking down upon the fourth battlefield. That's Divine Beast Va Meadow. It showed up a while back. The Rita warriors who flew up to check it out were shot down. Sadness. They say it used to be a divine being that protected the village, but it doesn't seem very divine to me. I can imagine not. Thankfully, that thing, or the thing, excuse me, only shoots at anything flying high up above the village. But still, it is pretty demoralizing for us Rito to have to fly so low to the ground. Any other questions? Where are we exactly, I guess? This is Rito Village, but, well, you could say we're not in a welcoming mood. Talk to the folks in the village to hear all about it. Don't let me keep you. Yeah, so the Rito are bird people. If you guys want an example of Rito people existing in the Legend of Zelda lore, you need look no further than the Wind Waker. Yeah, the Wind Waker is canon. Pretty much every major Zelda title is canon. That's one of the quirky things about this, like, series in general, is just everything is canon. Except for, like, Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land Adventure. Oh, I wasn't expecting a whole list. Okay, here we go. There's tactile, creamy, thocky, clicky, linear, etc. There are even some that are basically silent. It's all about what switches, caps, and lube you use. Yeah, there are keyboard lubricants, I guess. That does make some sense. But creamy keyboards... Hot damn, I don't want to think about... Yes, unfortunately, yes. Which are actually some of your favorites. A creamy keyboard, huh? There's gotta be like a lubricant keyboard combo. A keyboard can't natively sound creamy. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, I'm gonna scooch this down a little bit. Well, we've made it halfway, chat. And my body seems fine, so I'm good to try to stream the full 4 hours, but again, I reserve the right to cut the stream early if the pain flares up again, which I hope to God not. This is where we take care of our major shilling before we take our second break, and we're running a little bit over time, but that's fine. Financial contribution is never required here. I'll do this till I can't. I love you guys that much as an audience. I have a Discord. We all, like, gather around and talk to one another every so often. But if you do feel like financially contributing for any reason, I have tons of avenues available for that. The best avenue for people on Twitch is a Tier 1 subscription for $6 a month. You get 5 extra emotes. You get the ability to cut out all the ads. It's got to be it has to be Tier 1 to get rid of all the ads, unfortunately. Used to be Prime Gaming, but they cut that out about a couple of years ago. And Amazon has been worse for it ever since. There's increased multiplayer priority in queues. Your votes get counted twice. So on and so forth. For you guys on YouTube, and we are multi-streaming, by the way, Twitch and YouTube, please feel free to say hello to each other. For you guys on YouTube, I recommend Patreon and Coffee. That's going to get you 95% of your benefits. It'll catch you up to the Twitch folks. Twitch is my main platform. My benefits are geared toward it. But I would say that Patreon and Coffee are cheaper. If I could tell Twitch I want $2 subscriptions for ads, I'd do it. But I'm not in control. I'm merely an affiliate, and even a partner doesn't get control over that. For that, you'd have to complain to Amazon, and I don't think Dan Clancy is taking any arguments right now. Dan Clancy is busy trying to keep the adpocalypse from getting worse. At least that's what I think he's doing. When we return back from break, we're going to pick right back up from where we left off. Again, 3-minute ad breaks. So please, 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 if you don't want to sit through 3-minute ads, I don't blame you. Best thing I can suggest is go get up and take a stretch, because that's what I'm going to go do. And with that, I will catch back up with you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. So sorry about that, guys. Hopefully everybody got what they wanted out of the commercial break, and nice thing about this is outside of shilling for the Discord, you shouldn't have to hear me talk about content creator algorithmic things again. I know that's not a conversation or a set of words people enjoy hearing, but gotta do something to sell the house, right? So, quote unquote. Let me go back and catch up on chat here before we continue. Cream keyboards are typically pre-lubed linear keycaps, sometimes made of different materials. Ah, okay. That's really interesting. You're gonna pop that keyboard sound in the Discord if folks want to hear it. I look forward to looking at it or hearing it later. Because I'm morbidly curious, but I don't think I want to scare people on stream with that. I say scare, but one literally works in the IT field and would know what that is. I just don't want to scare anyone who's new. That's all. People might get weird ideas. Perhaps not justifiable ideas, but weird ones. You recently got a new keyboard with linear switches? Okay. I need to change them to ones that give some type of feedback. You end up holding the spacebar by accident because it takes no force at all to press it. If you guys see me in the wild bunny hopping, that's why. Okay, so it's like you hold the spacebar, but it's just very sensitive. I don't know what a linear switch is, though. I'm going to assume that's part of the keyboard. Like, it determines, like, the tensile rate at which the key is depressed. Is that right? You get that feel? You use a highly tactical mechanical keyboard because the sound gives you something to stim with while working. It helps you to stay focused. I can imagine. I find for myself, I don't mind a clickety-clackety keyboard, but I also don't know if I am absolutely in love with a clickety-clackety keyboard. I find myself weirdly in that middle camp where it might be nice for a short time, and then afterwards it's like, meh, whatever. Brain tunes it out. Maybe I just don't really stim that way myself. It's usually with other stuff, for me. Now, we need to get up top, because up top is where the leader is. Yeah, so when you pop a cap, when you pop a cap off a keyboard, there's a little nub underneath that's called the switch. I think I've seen that once. I remember when some of the key caps off my laptop broke, so yeah, I think I get that, what that little nub is now. That nub is called the switch. It has a spring in it. Some are hard plastic, others are more silicone-y. I think the ones in the laptop are hard plastic. Because it took a lot of effort, perhaps too much effort, to get off some of the keycaps once I realized they were also right in that borderline territory, and they were going to break sooner rather than later. I can't believe we've made it all the way to this corner of the map. Like, just look at this journey. We've kind of cleanly carved it into, some path we've taken, and then the north and the south. Kind of reminds me of a certain historical event that I will probably not be repeating for everyone's sanity. But it kind of gives me that impression without thinking too hard about it. Why am I doing that? There's literally nothing up here. That's typical for a laptop. They're super thin and fragile. They break easy. A good standalone keyboard uses ones that are thicker or more malleable. Durability reasons makes sense, because the laptop keycaps don't need to be that durable, right? Because to break them would be almost like breaking the laptop itself, or you'd risk breaking your own laptop. So that sort of makes sense. At least that's the reasoning I'm using in order to make it make sense. How many orbs do we have? I think we have... Oh, we have 4. That's right, I've been meaning to do this. It's time for another stamina vessel, chat. Our goal is to get another stamina wheel, and then we'll think about upgrading health. I would like the ability to climb things relatively easier. And having more stamina helps us do this. Laptop ones are also a super pain to take care of because the setup for it is usually trapped under the chassis or the frame of the laptop itself. Yup. Something I found out once I had to try to pop off keys. Because when you spill drinks on keys, that's what you kind of have to do. I tried popping off the keycaps to clean it. Didn't work. So now the laptop sits closed. So, well, sits closed after I factory reset it. So, you know, if it sticks, meh. The laptop has served its purpose. Oh. Hey, what's up? Hello, Fyson. So have you seen it? Yes, I saw it. Everyone in the village is freaking out because of it, but I have bigger problems. Oh, really? My mom... You sound like a teenager, Fyson. My mom is so annoying. She asks me to help out at the store every single day. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to just help. Aww. I want to open my own store and sell whatever I want. You could try cleaning it out at some point. Sure, we can discuss that more personally later. It's not going to restore the laptop's usability, but it would at least make it serviceable. You want to sell whatever you want, huh, Fyson? You know what? I thought you were just going to be petulant and say, I just don't want to do what my mom is doing, but you know what? Hey, I respect your get up and go. I really do, Fyson. Maybe I can help you out. We're going to try to help Fyson open his own store. Swallow's Roost, home of the world-famous Rito Down Bed. These are bird people, right? So, how... And down are like nice, soft, internal feathers. So, how are they, like, putting the down on the bed? Are they plucking it off themselves? Do they, like, have other birds? I'm curious. I need to know this. Hi. Thanks for stopping by. This is Swallow's Roost, Rito Village's premier and only inn. Well, yes, most villages only have one inn, Cecily. Cecily? Might be Cecily, now that I'm thinking on it. A lot of the names in Breath of the Wild so far are basically like alterations to real-world names so far. Bison, you think, is a teen? Rivali is a teen in the history too? Gotcha. That does check out. Also, down sheds just like other feathers do, so they probably just gather it during breeding sessions. You know what? I'd forgotten about that. I'd forgotten about that one critical thing. I'm not used to thinking about feathers being shed, but that makes sense. A standard bed will run you 20 rupees. Rip off. A Rito down bed will cost you 80 rupees. An extravagant rip off. Absolute, like, scam. I don't think beds should cost this much. I hope my beds don't talk. That would be a hell of a bed. It would probably also be one I never sleep in, for obvious reasons. The Rito down bed is made using only genuine Rito feathers. I will warn you, sleep at night on this bed and you will never want to sleep on a stable bed ever again. Should you not wake up full of energy in the morning, I'll eat my own tail feathers, guaranteed. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. I do not want to see you eat your tail feathers, so please don't. I don't want to think about that. All right, stop by again whenever you are feeling tired. I wonder if Ma'am, is that a euphemism? That might be a euphemism. That probably is a euphemism. I wonder if they've given down or feather-made crafts to their respective partners like the Zora do their scales. You know, probably. I can imagine that on some level. Because, like, Zora armor is made, especially in this game specifically, Zora armor is made for partners, for lovers, using that Zora's own scales, and they're tailor-made to fit. So it actually makes a lot of sense. Maybe feathers are just a very sacred thing for avianoid, humanoid people like this. Welcome to the Swallow's Roost. You must be her husband. The finest inn this side of Death Mountain. Our inn is the perfect place to snooze your troubles away. Troubles? Haven't you seen it? That monster just appeared one day. I don't buy that. It's been terrorizing the village non-stop. We can't take much more of this. Look, I'm just running my mouth here. If you want to know the details, talk to the elder on the top floor. I figured you'd be more of a gabber, Verla, but I guess not.
Hi.
Keep talking. If you want a place to stay, talk to the innkeeper. Like if they wear each other's feathers as jewelry, okay. Yeah, that's what you meant. Or woven into hairstyles and the like. I guess the Goron and Gerudo don't really do the same. I would hope the Gerudo don't do the same. My god. Like, imagine someone's, like, braided woven hair as a necklace. Like, I'm sure that's probably a part of someone's culture out there. I don't want to judge. But I would find wearing a necklace of woven hair, like woven tight enough to be durable, very macabre. Like, very creepy. At least to me personally. And as for the Goron, you never see female Goron? Even in Breath of the Wild. I don't know, Mr. Rowan Darcy, you're the one that's played Tears of the Kingdom, so you'd have to tell me. But I'm pretty sure either Goron are monogendered, like Asari and Mass Effect are, or the females are just never out there. You never see them. Probably not a necklace, but some cultures do add braided, plaited hair to styles with each other. Hairstyles are fine, just not a necklace. I think that, like, crosses a line. I do not want to do that. Welcome. So this is what I would call a racial hub, or like a racial capital. The Rito live in Rito Village. You'll find Rito other places, but the largest collection of Rito are in Rito Village. I would hope that makes a lot of sense. Zora lives somewhere over here at Zora's Domain / Zora's Fountain. The Goron lives somewhere up there in Goron City, and the Gerudo live in in basically the Gerudan Fortress. Everyone's waist is snatched in this game, or... Oh, yeah, everyone wears belts in this game. Everyone but the Gorons are snatched. Yes. Everyone wears belts. Gorons are like the only ones that don't wear belts. The most they wear is like backpacks. And that's just like perfectly acceptable. But like, I guess it's because it's not, at most their features are suggestive more than anything. There are female Gorons, but I believe they all use masculine pronouns for self-reference. So it's difficult to tell them apart. That would make a lot of sense, actually. I would have to do some... I don't have to do digging, but now I want to do digging to see if there are female Gorons, like, more in a non-masculine sense, present anywhere in this franchise. Because I actually don't think there are. I think even with Tears of the Kingdom, there probably aren't. Goron or Goron or Goron. Like Asari or Asari or Asari. I wanted to go somewhere with Mass Effect, but I think I'm gonna resist that.
Hi!
Hello, and welcome to the Rito General Store, the Slippery Falcon. Yes, chat. If people here aren't in the know, this is like a Nintendo thing. Nintendo loves to make names for things, and they love pun-tastic names, or things that are designed to elicit a small hee-hee, a tee-hee, a chuckle, a giggle, a laugh even, depending on how funny it is. So, stores having names like this, I would get used to it. Names having places like this. If the name or a proper noun isn't serious, like an actual real reference, you bet your bottom dollar they're gonna slap a pun on it. That's just proper practice. Lots of games don't do this though, or lots of game franchises don't do this, but Nintendo-owned franchises tend to be ones that do put punny names as proper nouns. Was there something you needed? What do you sell? We carry just about everything, from items for self-defense to everyday groceries. You can find recipes that use our featured ingredients in the book of recipes over there. Oh, you have a book, do you, madame? Actually, this is the storekeeper, so it would be ma'am. Madam would imply they're single. Will the single ladies, please raise your hands? Is that how the song goes? We might as well learn these. Make good note of them. So, this was... I'm sorry, what was this again? Apple pie. First, you'll want to buy Tabanthan wheat, goat butter, and cane sugar here at the Falcon. Cook those ingredients with an apple until the crust is a flaky golden brown, and the insides are gooey and delicious. I want an apple pie now. And for an added kick, try substituting the apple with something else. Oh, are you telling me we could put a pepper in that? That's something we can do. How about nut cake? Cursed be the person who instilled in me that nut is a lewd word, because I cannot help but laugh. Honestly, there's only one interview by Toru Osawa where he states that there are female Gorons, but I assume that it's from before Breath of the Wild stuff, where there's more fleshing out of the Goron's anatomy and gender ambiguity. So maybe that they are not male or female, but just Goron exactly. Like I said, monogendered, right? Like Asari are monogendered females. Plus, they may also reproduce asexually through the consumption of special rocks. That would be interesting. I wonder if that's also been in an interview. I appreciate you having all this extra knowledge, Mr. Rowan Darcy. That's very insightful. The word is ruined for me too. Like, look, I find nut as funny as the next person when it's used in, like, I don't want to say unsavory, that's wrong, but mildly funny or somewhat, like, out of context phrasing. But I'm also the person that eventually grates me. That gets on my nerves. I like it when people use the word as it was defined in the dictionary. Sorry. Call me a trad. Call me a prude. Call me whatever you want. But eventually, I would like us to, like, not us in specific, but I can only take people spamming that word lewdly for so long before it just gets annoying. However, most people I've met or come across, nut, like we're like peanuts, walnuts, nut. But when people use it lewdly, like for weird adult stuff, maybe not weird adult stuff, but adult stuff, I can only take so much nutting. Oh, like spend. Yes, exactly. See? Mr. Owen Darcy knows what's up. I appreciate you being PG-13 with that, by the way. You should not be giggling this much, but you are, right? Here at Coinstamp, I would like people to know we don't always talk just game-related or general life stuff. We are an adult channel. I do have this set for 18 and up. We do talk about stuff sometimes. I just try to keep it out of the realm of the explicit. I like to leave that sort of thing to people's imaginations. I like people to guess when there's lewdness going on, because I think it's more tasteful that way. But that's just me personally. Maybe that colors people's perceptions of me, but this is my stream, gosh darn it. I'm gonna talk about things from my point of view. Let me see. Let me catch back up on chat. There is a Goron or two outside the Gerudo city, and when asked if he wonders if his friend is female or not, so they can't tell each other's gender apart either. Interesting. Maybe we'll definitely see that in this game then. I look forward to that. I should make note of that. Un momento, per favore. Coin is gonna write some stuff down. I'm 32. I have to write a few more things down than I used to. Let's see. I read too much fanfic to not know what most of the words for anatomy or fluid are. Yup. Between me and Mr. Rowan Darcy, Mr. Rowan Darcy is the one that knows that stuff. I rely on them to help fill me in. On some of the more saucy terms people use. Same, you mostly read Bara, though? Oh, that's like the other side, right. Yeah, not other side. There was no other side mentioned. I'm thinking of hentai. That's the word I'm thinking of. Bara's like the complete metric opposite of that. At least from like a saucy manga consumption standpoint, let's say. Lamau? No, it's not the polar opposite. Hey, I don't know my visual novels. Cut me some slack. I don't read any of this. I know kind of what it is, but I don't usually I don't consume it. It's a thing I have people tell me about. Gotcha. So you read mostly monster lover kink stuff. It kind of crosses into a pathetic skinny... You love a pathetic skinny man, so it ends up being a lot of twinks. Yeah. Coin stumbles into conversations, the motion picture, and action-packed sequel, all in one sitting. Yeah, and yaoi is the opposite, kind of. Yeah, it's like opposite in presentation, but obviously I'm not using the words the correct way. Hentai is Japanese animated. I know that part. I guess it's just trying to equate things where it becomes difficult. Let's read the rest of this recipe book, shall we? Oh my god. Toss these ingredients in a pot alongside the nuts of your choice to make a tasty nut cake. I prefer acorns myself. When they're talking about nut cake, they are talking about chickaloo tree nuts or acorns. Those are the only two nuts there actually are. The rest are all different things. Nut cake. It's a dessert here in this game. I'm curious if someone's actually made a Breath of the Wild nut cake before, because there's been this advent lately. Tag yourself. Which nut are you? Let me make sure I'm catching back up on chat here. Bara is opposite Twink Yaoi. Hentai is an animation style. Okay, so not at all. One is just straight up how it's drawn, and the other is what's being depicted. Okay, gotcha. With some cultural inclusions and specific adult preferences from Japan. Again, I appreciate you tap dancing around the exact word here. Tag yourself. Which nut are you? I am totally not a hickory nut. Yeah, there was a guy who made every recipe in Breath of the Wild a few years back. Even the spicy meat and seafood fry. I imagine that had to be one of the first ones, because it was one that was waxed poetically on for... in both a journal and in just dialogue. Yeah, I thought so. Pecan? I could see it. Yeah. Nice, nutty flavor. It's popular. Everyone likes it. Not everyone likes it, but I know of few people who actually dislike pecans. And I know of even fewer who are allergic to said pecans. It's a widely popular nut. You'd say you're either a hazelnut or maybe a macadamia. Yeah, I classed myself as a nut people don't usually eat. Now, hazelnuts are my favorite. Are my favorite nut, just straight up, period. Like, out of all the nuts that I could have put in front of me in like a spread, hazelnut, 100%. And I'm not talking about the Nutella spread either. I'm talking like legit hazelnuts. But Nutella spread is good. What about fried bananas? This one was the one I was actually curious about. First, you'll want to buy banthened wheat and cane sugar here at the Falcon, right? Then just fry up alongside some mighty bananas. Mighty bananas are rare in these parts, but the dish is worth it. Yeah, Yiga clan members are what we have to kill defeat in order to obtain them. They don't come out they're not obtainable any other way to my knowledge. Good pick. Nice. Yeah, hazelnuts and macadamia are really good nuts too. Hazelnut over macadamia, but that's just my honest preference. You love hazelnuts and walnuts? Well, I'm okay with walnuts. What do you... I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't mean to interrupt. Now you want some of those Ferrero Rocher chocolates? Yeah, I could go for some of that right now. You come back now, okay? Now, all of the major racial capitals do in fact sell. They usually have their own shop. The video is of. Sorry, let me go back because there was a different message. Gonna put a vid in the Discord of that YouTube video. Aren't the bananas available in the jungle area to the south? In Necluda? Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking on it, maybe when we start actually 100%ing the game and not just speed running to the champion power I'm interested in, we can confirm that for ourselves. Or, Googling it being your friend as well. It's South Middle, you believe? You're talking over here. In Farron. Yeah, we've not made it to Farron yet. I believe that's either down here or up here. Without cracking open another map to look at it. I'm just operating off of memory. Yeah, I suppose now would actually be a good time to elaborate what I meant. Farron is directly central. Okay, then we have not been there yet. But I have been there in the past. So to clarify, I think I might have mentioned this in private to another person, but I have played Breath of the Wild before. I've gotten to about halfway, And then college happened. Like, more college stuff happened. So I took a hiatus. And when I came back, very first thing I did, I want to say it was I either went into a challenge run right away or I went into something else. Fair is where one of the dragon's fly patterns goes, you believe? Yes, it should be it's the green one. I forget their name. I know it's not Furore, but I know its color scheme is based on the goddess of courage. I don't know why I tossed that. Hello. Armor, warm clothes. Welcome to Brazen Beak. What can I do for you? I don't need to sell you anything right this second. I need to buy. Buy. Farosh. Yeah, that would... You know, I should think Garrosh when I hear Farosh, and that'll help me remember it. For those who don't know, Garrosh was a World of Warcraft character. He's dead now. Been dead a long time. But, hot damn, Garrosh was, like, the #1 thing I remember bumping into at the height of my World of Warcraft career, so to speak. Let's buy, oh wait, this is actually, how much do we need? Dinral, Farosh, and Nadra are the dragon names. We met Dinral earlier. It's in the album, right? Yep, we bumped into Dinral earlier. Oh, Garrosh. Yeah, now, I was an Alliance person in World of Warcraft. Like, I was not a Horde person, and even after I, like, experimented with Horde characters for a bit, my heart never really left the Alliance. But I do have respect for the Horde. But I should be thinking of that extra H on the end, and that'll help me remember. Your Alliance too? Fair. I've had friends who were Horde, and they swear up and down. And I think now, can't get with Horde spikes. I think now that the actual war part of Warcraft is over, but I have less of a contrivance against the Horde, but oh man. Sylvanas' Horde was probably the worst iteration of it I've ever seen, and I'm happy that I'm happy I was not around to game during that. Like, inside of... No, that's not true, because Battle for Azeroth, but I was not around in Shadowlands. But, yeah. I can respect people who are pro-Horde, and I can respect people who are pro-Alliance. You're a Tauren lover, as well as playing the ghoul-type guys. But the elves, in any sense, can get it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, you mean the Forsaken. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mr. Rowan Darcy and I do have different tastes when it comes to World of Warcraft characters. I was always a human for a while. And then when the Draenei came out, I was a Draenei for a long time. And trying to remember the last time I actually cracked open World of Warcraft and actually played. I've made characters of all stripes, but I want to say, yeah, I think my #1 race was Draenei after it came out, and especially in Mists of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor. Like, all the classes I would raid with were Draenei. Like, had Draenei as like the corresponding race. You're human, but you love Draenei for obvious reasons. They're big and chunky. Yep, you love playing the Forsaken. You like creepy, dark stuff. Coin plays characters the same in D&D too. Lots of human man self-inserts. What can I say? Humans are the most fecund race out there. Fecund, in case anyone needed clarification on what I just said. All the girlies say he's pretty fly for a Draenei. If I had... Honestly, I'd be willing to give the game another shot if I actually had the money to pull off a subscription. I did try a YouTube or a Twitch series for a while that was like going over all of the old quests, playing them in order in World of Warcraft, but that's expensive. That is expensive, and I don't care what people say about retail World of Warcraft. I really don't. I respect people's drive to play Classic, but I totally respect the story they've built in retail. And I don't get the tribalism. I say, maybe I shouldn't say tribalism. What do I say instead? I hate the othering that's happening, that tended to happen when people are like, ooh, Classic's better. Oh, no, retail is better. I don't think it makes a bloody difference. Play the version of the MMO you want to play, or don't. Your choice. But don't shame people for doing it. Yuck, gross. Get that othering crap out of here, is what I would say. Let me not be looking at a picture. I apologize. When I get chatty, the game can take a back seat sometimes, because especially if I get to talking about something that actually, I should say actually, but that does genuinely motivate me. I can be quite the chatterbox. There's always going to be a divide in fandoms when stories get changed or rebooted. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. It's like old Star Trek lovers versus new ones. Like, I took some time... it's okay. It's fine. I took some time to get used to Jaina Proudmoore when the whole bombs on Theramore fell. And she kind of had this, like, differing character arc to her. She became consumed by hatred, and I wouldn't blame her for it either. But it kind of helped really develop Jaina Proudmoore's character a lot, because she had to grow through that and overcome the bitterness, the hatred, the desire for revenge. She really had to, like, have other people help push her past that. By the way, Jaina Proudmoore is my favorite character in World of Warcraft, and I will hear no disparagement of that. I'll stop chatting for a bit, have some things to do yourself. Very well. You'll still be here, but typing less. Hey, do what you gotta do, Mr. Rowan Darcy. I hope those I hope those tasks go well for you. It was cool seeing her mature. She shouldn't have had to in the first place. At least not in that way. But yeah, her having that arc and having to endure it, having to endure all those events, gave her character I grew to appreciate her more. Let me go ahead and just switch over to the actual chat for a second. Okay, just put that in the chat for everyone's benefit. I'm CoinStamp180, and Jaina Proudmoore, you really only 2 letters. 2 letters. Is your favorite NPC in the Citadel? I mean, the Alliance. I figured. I want to say maybe a week and a half ago, I happened to be sitting on the porcelain throne, and I thought, when was the last time I cracked open the World of Warcraft character lore? So I did. I spent an hour and a half just thumbing through all of the major Alliance leaders, besides Anduin Wrynn, who I kind of knew from a brief examination of, Dragonflight. There we go. It took me a second to think of it. I cracked out I just read the lore of all the rest of the characters. Say what you will about all the ad hocking. When you put all the ad hocs and retcons, that was the other word I was thinking of. You put all these things together and it's a very... Hopefully that full hour wasn't in the bathroom. I stood up, so I didn't spend the full hour sitting, but I did definitely spend the full hour in the bathroom. Sitting, standing, leaning against the wall. I just kind of stayed in that room for whatever reason. I happened to be on my phone during that whole thing. It was certainly an experience. Oh, I just realized it changed tonight while we were chatting it up. Yeah. Well, for me, it was a piece of the past, right? So, I've said it before, but I'll reiterate it here. I used to raid. Mr. Rowan Darcy knows this on a somewhat intimate level, but a lot of other people don't. And it's not a piece of history I actually like bringing up all that often, but we're here talking about the MMO, so I'm gonna bring it up. I've mostly gotten over the pains of the past, but I used to raid for that game, and I was a relatively young man at the time. I started raiding when I was maybe 16, 17? Did not take long. And the people I raided with, some were real gems. Some of them were absolute assholes. The assholes stuck with me. Really tainted the experience. And then when I dealt with that as a raid leader myself, it certainly took its toll. 15, 16, you're probably right. I really tried hard to cast that out of my mind. And what can I say? It was such a prolific piece of my history that I couldn't cast it out of my mind. I'm still talking about it. These people sucked for the most part. They treated you so badly. Different times. I'm a healer. The community can be brutal. Yeah, this was before Take a Pick of the Ladle. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Rowan Darcy. That is not the camera rune. A kitchen implement often used for serving delicious soups. It was carved from the wood of a sturdy tree, so it packs quite a wallop. And that's all I wanted to do was read the description. Make sure I'm not missing anything. There was definitely more I wanted to say. So, the peak of my raiding experience was Mists of Pandaria and Warlords of Draenor. I've been raiding for longer than that, and was a healer up until the very, short end of Mists of Pandaria when they were just experimenting with Mythic. And when they made flex raiding a thing. And that's when I switched to a shaman, an alliance shaman. So I was a Draenei at the time. And some events happened. And also I just kind of wanted, I kind of wanted to form my own raid group. And there was great resistance from the guild that I was in at first. Because it was like I was sort of commandeering the raid group from under her. I don't blame her for being less than enthused about that. But there was a divide between what the group wanted and what the group leader wanted. Like, they were two very different things. So me and that group of people left that guild, and we made a new one. And we were going to try to go for Mythic. Unfortunately, the social baggage carried itself from all the time I spent in that guild as like a 16, 17, 18-year-old boy to the new guild that I became part of. And Eventually, that baggage became overwhelming toward the end of Warlords of Draenor, like when you were having to fight Archimonde for the second time. Him coming back and everything. Yeah. Raid group fell apart after that, and practically so did the guild. We all left on less than good terms. There was a lot of infighting, a lot of arguing, because when you're wanting to push for Mythic, when you're wanting to push for the higher difficulty, you care a lot more about performance rather than just overcoming the group obstacle. And like, everyone has a different sense of competition when it comes to raids, or like what level of engagement with the PvE content they wanted to see. And I was relatively engaged, but I guess I underestimated how engaged other people wanted to be with that content. Like, I was on the cusp of Mythic, but we never really quite got there. And that just that was the nail in the coffin. And after that, I just stopped playing. I never looked back. There's a lot. Okay, I did look back because I played through. I did play through a part of Battle for Azeroth and a part of Dragonflight, so I can't say I didn't look back. But I never played it at that same level again. Yeah, it's intense. Like I said, it's not history I like sharing a whole bunch, because it tends to dredge up the pains of the past. But I'm a 32-year-old adult. The last time I seriously played World of Warcraft was maybe 2021, 22, somewhere along those lines. Little bit fuzzy on when exactly that stopped. I bet if I looked at when the expansions were, I could pinpoint it. But my point is just, there was a lot of interpersonal drama mixed in with that, and World of Warcraft became a game that I didn't really love or care for the same way. I moved on to college and moved on to streaming. That's about when I started streaming, like 4-year college, not just any kind of college, but 4-year college. Man, trauma. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Really, it's not the game. It was the people. Me being an older person who's had time to reflect on that trauma, move past it, and then think it back up and re-examine it again. It was never the game. It was always the people. So I think at some point, I'd be willing to welcome World of Warcraft in my heart again. Because say what you want about Blizzard Activision, and a lot of the more hard to parse out nuanced decisions happened before Microsoft's acquisition of Blizzard. I'm hoping that under new management, the game will be better, and I'm hoping that the toxic experience has been weighed down just a little bit. Then again, who am I kidding? It's 2025. It's like the most dystopian year of our lives. TM. I'm glad you moved away from that and are surrounded by better energy. Thanks. I appreciate that. It took a long time. And I had friends too. It wasn't like I was just, I only had enemies, or I only had people that I raided with. I did have people I hung out in voice comms with. Again, before the advent of Discord, so I'm a bit of an old fogey in that regard. But I liked my friends, but I disliked the people that were bitter and partisan more. I hate saying that, but the game became, even the relationships with that game became more of a reminder of the pains of the past. and I just wanted to move on. I think that's what I was too young to say effectively without hurting people's feelings at the time. A lot of the friends that I made in World of Warcraft are not friends anymore. Or I'm sure I could repair those relationships and we could be friends again, but I definitely did not leave on the best terms. And again, I'm leaving out a lot because I don't remember it all. And also, that is entirely too much history for stream. I would have to do a just chatting for like 6 hours and focus on just that the whole time. That is also true. The trauma made the fun game into a trigger. Yeah, that's a good way of wording it. It happens and that's okay. Maybe someday it won't hurt as much, but if it never stops being a trigger, that's fully okay too. And I thank you for that. I thank you for contextualizing that. I really don't see it as a trigger anymore. Mainly it's just talking about it. But sorry. Trying to put my thoughts into words. I'm trying to describe the emotion I'm feeling. There's a certain wistfulness that comes from remembering the time of the past and trying to contextualize the trauma that I experienced in a way that's healthier as a fully grown adult. As someone who I'd like to think I have my crap together. Despite all my personal problems. I like to think I have it better put together than some folks have the luxury of. Everyone's healing with trauma is different and at varied pacing. You're struggling to word the emotion as an adult when you're remembering what it was as a child. There's a disconnect. That's a normal struggle. Yeah. It's wistfulness and it's pain all at the same time. That's the best way I kind of know to describe it. I need a drink. Where is my... Here it is. I spend a lot of time talking. And not enough time drinking. Water, that is. You had a similar situation with Final Fantasy XIV, and you can't play it anymore without getting a little triggered, and yet you kind of want to return. Exactly. It's wistfulness, nostalgia, mixed with pains of the past. The trauma. But the trauma at this point, I think, has mostly faded for me. At least when it comes to World of Warcraft. It's recalling the emotion with enough clarity to describe it, and without getting... simultaneously explaining enough for the context to come across, but not so much that I become mired in the emotion again. I swore to myself that I would never experience that, what happened when I was actually raiding, ever again. It made me hate myself that much. Didn't tell anyone, because of course I wouldn't, and I was a different man back then, but I did kind of hate myself with it for a while. You get that? You have games that are like that too? Weirdly, Among Us is one for me. Yeah, you and I have talked about this in person, Mr. Rowan Darcy. It's just... some people don't know how to separate the show from the game from real life. It makes you so angry to be accused and misinterpreted by folks, and you legit had to stop playing because you knew you weren't fun to play with? Well, again, yeah, that's the whole premise of the game. Among Us is very, very, it's very polarizing. You don't have to share more than you're comfortable with. It's okay to revisit those emotions, though. Giving them space to exist and be felt helps you to move forward with your brain without your brain continuing to call out as if it's in danger or trouble. I think I haven't meditated on such a thing recently. I suppose that's something I can share about myself too. We've turned this into a whole hour of talking chat. I just want to point that out. We've spent 40 minutes chatting, which is fine. That's kind of the goal of these streams sometimes, is to move into a space where we can talk about these bigger, deeper things and be open and honest. I think the last time I've actually thought about what happened during that whole World of Warcraft saga was maybe in 32? Huh. Maybe 4 years ago? And it started the same way this conversation kind of did. We started talking about the MMO, and then that made me think about my past with it. And then my past made me think about my emotions. Like I started just kind of consciously digging through the layers, maybe curious as to find, you know, do I still have that emotion hidden in the box? I compartmentalize to deal with a lot of my emotions. I'm a lot better at taking my emotions out of the box, but I'm sort of describing the main way in which I deal with my emotions and my feelings on things. I know. I'm gonna be 33 in 3... No, I meant 30... I'm sorry, I didn't mean either of those numbers. I said about 4 years ago. I would have been 28 then. That's what I meant. 27, 28. Did I say something else? I thought I said about 4. Did I say 1? Did I say a different number? You love a good deep conversation? I do too. I'm very philosophical as a person. It grates with my friend groups sometimes. You said when you were 32? Okay, then I said something that was just completely off kilter from what I meant. I apologize. I meant 4 years ago, not when I was 32. I think what happened is I mixed that statement with brain think too fast for mouth. Yes. I also talk too fast for mouth. So my brain wants to mush together sentences. So I have to remind myself to slow down. You shouldn't speed up. And I'm quoting a Skyrim mod here. You shouldn't speed up to keep with life. You should slow it down to walk at your pace. Yes, let's meet more of these Rito. We're going to meet these Rito, and then we're going to take a break. Because we've been chatting it up for like 45 minutes. And while I love chatting it with you guys, we have now fallen behind the metric on dealing with Von Meadow today. Good conversation, though. I enjoyed talking about it. Who do I usually cook for? I suppose it would be myself.
Do you always have to yap?
Yes, Mr. Rowan Darcy, your request has been duly noted. This is the last bit of yapping I'm gonna do. Promise. At least until I gotta transition us to a break. I have channel point redemptions. They are in the bottom left-hand panel, or bottom left-hand corner of your chat panel. If you're on Twitch, anything with a pink panel or a pink color has a audio clip associated with it. 50 channel points redeems any of those. There are some with pink panels that cost more, but they're tied with a different command. One of them is what the fox didn't say. That's you basically pay 1,000 channel points, I think, and you make me unable to say a word for 5 minutes, etc., etc. Feel free to play around with those or don't. Your choice. But you get them. You get a better rate for being an active participant in chat and watching, and you get a more passive rate otherwise. Also, if you're a subscriber, guess what? You get double quantity on those. That's just a Twitch special. There's actually a whole list of channel point multipliers that I think are publicly available. If not, you can Google what the multipliers are, and highlight your message. Your amperes, that's the name that I've given my channel points, are in the same place as bits. You can spend these on sound bites, hydration checks, or removing glasses, or adding hats. Yes. I do have a hat. I have to go get that hat, but I do have one that I could wear. I hope that wasn't too personal a question. Just wanted to make sure I, mentioned what the feature is on the channel. Feel free to press any of the buttons or knobs, or don't. Your choice. I'm not your parent. When I cook dinner for my daughters, I sometimes wonder what the future holds for this village, for my family. My thoughts tend to grow a bit dark then, but they lighten as soon as I satisfy my hunger. So go ahead and use the pot. A full stomach will do you well. Well, we don't necessarily need the cold boosting food. No, wait, yes we do, because we never bought the armor to start with. Memory problems! And me becoming, self-conscious of that has only gotten worse in my elderly age. Nutcake cooking time? Perhaps... I need to go refer to the recipe book again, though, if I'm gonna do that. Also, I don't actually think we have enough Tabanthan wheat for that. Let's see. Where is the recipe book? Recipe book. Give me the formulae. I don't know. Nutcake. Tabanthan wheat, goat butter, cane sugar. And then the last thing is the nuts, the acorns. And then we get one ingredient to add in that does something else. So let's go back up so we can show this off. Cooking and crafting things in Breath of the Wild is very random, but also very involved. Let me just order these. So, let's see, wheat. That's rice. We have exactly 1 wheat. You'll need to get more somehow. Do we have any sugar? No, we don't have any cane sugar. And we do have goat butter. Please tell me I did not drop. Okay, I did not drop anything. Good. Let's see if we can't buy a little bit of sugar so we can at least make something. When boiled with other ingredients, looking through these rewards confirms that you're in the right place. Thanks, CVB HD. I really mean that. I should say these aren't all recent, advents or anything. I've had a lot of these rewards in for a long time. I'm constantly in the state of thinking about how best to revamp them. Something that may be a little bit less readily apparent. The best addition to a nutcake is probably a hardy object or an energizing, enduring one. Probably. Just need to actually get the cane sugar first. I already can't buy the armor anyway, so we might as well grab the cane sugar while we're here. I do have a second soundboard, but that's gonna... I have to be honest with you guys, chat. YouTube, Twitch, etc. A soundboard for Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is much harder than a soundboard for Steel Rising or Lies of P is. And that's simply because people just speak less. Sort of hoy, or insert grunting, groaning, and so on. The actual cutscenes where there's talking is few and far between. And you're either getting old man talking, you're getting a young girl talking, or you're getting conversation that's too contextual to be put into a meme or a soundboard of any kind. Yes, exactly. Yeah, or Zelda expositions, which are not very useful for soundboard. For an example, I'll just use one myself. Let's see. Which one do I actually want to fire up? This one. Sure, it's this one.
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
So, that's from Elden Ring. And those quotes, like the stuff you can pull from Elden Ring, is a lot more readily available to make as a soundboard, as opposed to whatever this game has for dialogue, which, although it's more fleshed out, a lot of it is just grunting or exclamations of noise. It's not really useful stuff to make into a soundboard. So I'll have to think a little harder about a rotating soundboard, but it is something I want to do for this game. You could try getting meme sound bites of Legend of Zelda, like ones from animations on YouTube. Possibly. And I'll have to figure out how I can dress them up myself. I do my own audio editing. I do have Audacity. The free version, of course, but the free version is very good. It's very good. It's a nice open source bit of code. Anyone can use Audacity with the right skill and training. That's how I make all my soundboards. I find the audio, download it, snip it up myself, and if I think it's too saucy for copyright, then I'll find some way to snip it up and make it different somehow. Maybe one day I'll get good enough at sentence mixing that I could just come up with new things, but then that runs into the issue of, am I making people say something they didn't mean to say? That's like an actual YouTube disclaimer as a content creator. You have to be aware of that. There's an actual checkbox that says, did you make something that could be, that could have someone else's words misconstrued? If so, yeah, there needs to be a content advisory on that. So I gotta be careful with editing people's words. I leave that to the realm of YouTube poop, where the YouTube poop creators just deal with that all the time. My fortitude would not last long in that environment. I bet you could get some of the champions from the cutscenes, probably, and especially Rivali's. That will be the one where I could think about, Sorry, let me take another drink. Throat is starting to tighten up a bit. Ah, man, this break has been a long time in the making, huh? Let's make this nutcake go talk to the leader, and then we can actually take a bloody break. What was this recipe again? I need to scroll back up, because a lot of this was listed in chat. Wheat. We actually have the No, don't eat the wheat. Don't eat the wheat. No sucking it either. Rivali and Urbosa, they both have great voice lines. I was just thinking about the other champion. Urbosa is one that has great voice lines. Tabanthan Wheat. It's here at the very end. Cane Sugar. Goat Butter. Then the nut. Let's go with the acorn, because no, these restore the same. Let's actually use the Chickaloo tree nut here. Wheat, goat butter, cane sugar, and a nut of choice plus something hearty or something enduring. Ah, yes. What do we want for that? Endura. Let's do hearty. Okay. We hold all these things. Now we cook. Hearty nut cake. Restores your health and temporarily increases your maximum hearts. You know what I just noticed? The text covers up Link's like expressions, and I'm wearing the Sheikah garb, so I'm covering them up more. But Link is salivating at this. Like, he is super gleeful and giddy about the food he just made. I want to say there's a bit of dialogue about this. If only cooking was that easy, right? Just boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Like stewed conies, right? But no, cooking isn't that easy. But I do enjoy it sometimes. I'm more of a baker, less of a cook, but I know my way around a kitchen. As long as I've got clear instructions. He gets so excited over good food. You love that about him? Me too. Link is an incredible foodie. He is a great life partner for anybody. What was I saying? Increases your maximum hearts. Forest nuts give this cake a pleasant texture and a simple, understated sweetness. Okay, we have made the nut cake. Obviously, we have a deep appreciation for the theory that he became selectively mute, or that he was born mute, and so he uses very little noise. It maybe uses sign language with others. I don't know if I like the idea of selective muteness, like he's choosing not to speak. It aligns more with what the game actually says about him, but I could see Link actually using sign language as like a way to quickly like communicate things to people. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to maybe add the detail on in future video games. Echoes of Wisdom notwithstanding, because it's not about Link there. It would be the next more recent game after that. Welcome. What's the matter with you, Hearth? No offense, but this is not your concern. Try me. There are bits of lore that states he doesn't speak much because he respects Zelda too much. Yeah. And he wants to be a good listener for her, which translates into being a good listener for everyone else, too. Yeah, I have a deep, profound respect for that. That cursed monster. Welcome. Are you alright? Not really. If this is what we are up against, we should have put more stock in the Elder's words. He says it's necessary to stay strong and to silently bear any burden. Ironically, though, I would not recommend that as a life choice for most humans in our real world. A, because we don't need to silently bear any burdens, but also that's a great way to have lots of internalized trauma. I speak a little bit of this from personal experience, and a lot more from having watched other people also silently bear their burdens and not talk about them. Who are you? I am Hearth, the bow craftsman, but I cannot raise my arm right now, so business is not exactly booming. That is legit the worst way for most people to deal with emotion or trauma. Glares at me for no particular reason. I'm in danger. I need help. I need an adult. I'm sorry. I felt my own blood chill just now. That most of that is a joke. Don't worry, guys. Can I help you? What's wrong? Never mind, forget it. Why don't you actually try talking to me? Oh, wait. You are an adult. Yes. Hi, I'm me, but I cannot have me as an emotional companion. Please, now is not a good time. Alright, fine, Saki. Now is not a good time, but I will solve your problems, one way or another. Okay, chat. It is time for more dialogue. Take a look at Sleeping Owl right there. That's him. He is staunch proof that not all Rito are the same size. Ah, visitor. Welcome to... Oh! That object on your hip. Could it be... Forgive me, where are my manners? I am Canelli, Elder of Rito Village. Now then, is that not a Sheikah's slate dangling from your hip? Yes, it is. Oh my, so it is true. That means you must be a champion like Master Rivali, one of the few able to board the Divine Beast Va Meadow. Oh, what am I thinking? The champions have all been dead for 100 years. This boy must be a mere descendant, an inheritor of the Sheikah slate. Ah, forgive me. Champion descendant, if you would listen to this old man's request, I will read that comment in one moment. You would have my eternal gratitude. I'll listen. Thank you, truly. Now, that I know you have the blood of a champion, there is something I must ask of you. How shall I put this? I would like you to deal with Divine Beast Va Meadow, the giant beast circling above us. Only a chosen one, a champion, can stop a divine beast. You must enter the beast and bend it to your will. I tried explaining this to the more headstrong Rito warriors, but they wouldn't listen to reason. Tiba and Hearth tried to confront Meadow, but it did not go well, and Hearth was injured. Tiba escaped unscathed, but I fear he now plans to face Meadow alone. As a descendant of the champions, perhaps you can help us. Please, find Tiba. If you work together, you may be able to stop Divine Beast Va Meadow. Okay. Good introduction. Not keeping that voice up the entire time. Sorry, I could feel the rattliness in the back of my throat. Hot damn, do I need another drink already? Do you think he's made to resemble the owl from Ocarina of Time? Oh, you mean Gebora? Yes, probably. It's probably meant to be a callback more than anything. Because everybody knows how bloody annoying Gebora is. He's so annoying and such a meme. Sorry, I spilled a bit of water. He's so annoying and such a meme that there's a hack out there, a ROM hack of Ocarina of Time called Time Lost, and in which Gebora is turned into a boss. The owl's head is stapled onto a custom body, and it is a literal punching bag. Oh man, and his name is Gabon, which is a parody of the word Ganon. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Hoo. If you mean to help us, then allow me to fill you in on the particulars. Who's Taba? Taba is a warrior of Rito Village. He lives right next door to my humble abode. He's the one who decided to confront Divine Beast Va Meadow. He set off alongside another villager named Hearth. Unfortunately, Hearth was shot down by Meadow and had to retreat. This defeat only made Taba more determined. I fear he is set out to face Meadow by himself. As you can see, Meadow is still flying about up there. I hope Taba is okay. Taba's wife, Saki, may be able to tell you more about his whereabouts. Ah, that makes sense. Who's Master Rivali? Master Rivali was a fierce warrior from Rito Village who died 100 years ago. I appreciate that despite the resemblance to Gebora, they didn't make me want to mesh A throughout the entirety of his dialogue. Me too. Owls don't need to be burdensome dialogue like hounds in games. They can't actually just talk like normal people. I think part of, and this, I'm, going back to a past game for a minute. I think part of Gebora's problem is that they should just make him a real hoot. Well, he is a real hoot in Time Lost and Master of Time, and kind of a hoot in Sands of Time, but the gimmick with Kapora Gabora is that the dialogue answers you need to give to him are inverted. Normally, yes is on top and no is on bottom, but with Kapora Gabora in Ocarina of Time, the no is on top and the yes is on bottom. So when people are mashing A to get through the dialogue, they keep mashing no, which makes him they keep mashing yes, which makes him repeat himself until they actually pay attention and stop mashing A and actually make sure they move the cursor so that the response is no. It infuriated me. So many repeated text boxes. It's not quite so bad now. As an adult, like, I know to pay attention with Kapora Gabora, but for those who are, like, kind of used to being able to button mash through dialogue the first time in a video game, and they meet Kapora Gabora, the hatred is almost snap of a finger. Real instant. Like, real on the nose. All the time. Yeah, man, simpler times. According to the stories, he flew like the wind itself and wielded a bow twice his own size with ease. His skill was recognized by King Rome, and he was entrusted to control Divine Beast Va Meadow. Master Rivali lost his life while piloting the Divine Beast during the great battle with Calamity Ganon. What could have happened inside Divine Beast Va Meadow 100 years ago to kill such a celebrated warrior? Is there something else you wish to know? What about Meadow itself? Did you perchance see that giant bird up there, soaring high above our village? That is Divine Beast Va Meadow. The Divine Beasts are misbegotten inheritance from the ancient Sheikah created eons ago to defeat Ganon. In an ironic turn of events, the Divine Beasts were taken over by the same evil force they were created to defeat. But that was 100 years ago. To think that the Divine Beasts would suddenly reappear and begin attacking innocent people, could this foretell the return of Ganon? Probably. You're probably a little bit on the nose with that, Kennelly. You, descendant of the champions, please stop Meadow and help Tiba. Oh, we're gonna help Tiba, all right. Right after this commercial break. Just breaking these pots real quick. We got a few things we have to do. I may extend stream a little bit in order to actually try to get the Divine Beast down. We'll see. We'll see. But we're going to take a break, and in the interest of not playing too many ads during the middle section of the break, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to do it. So, essentially, when the timer reaches 1 minute and 30 seconds, I'll go ahead and come on back. But I'm only going to play 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. Please feel free to get up and get a quick drink. I know I'm going to refill my water one last time and call it good. Thank you guys so much for your company today. And I mean that earnestly. I'm trying to not repeat that so much, but I mean it from my heart right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, I will see you after this really short commercial break. Sorry about that, guys. I know what I said. I ended up getting caught in a really tiny logistical discussion, which I had to make clear had to be tiny. My folks are trying to figure out what to do for dinner, and they gave me an option of 2 places. I picked one. They asked for my order, or rather, I asked them if they remembered what my usual order was. They did not, and then we were like, hey, might be in text. Check that, because I gotta keep moving. Gotta keep schmoving for you guys. If you guys want to see other content, YouTube is the main place where you will find it. On there, pretty much... I mean, you can go down the hole and find out where I did separate YouTube streams, but... what was I gonna say? I literally just blanked. But I think maybe since the past 2 years, I've pretty much been like multi-streaming. So, yeah, maybe not quite 2 years, maybe more like 1.5 years. I was able to figure out the multi-streaming thing, and Twitch became less tight on its controls about multi-streaming. So now, you know, that you having Twitch and YouTube on the chat at the same time is not something that Dan Clancy or anyone else is getting up in arms about, or anything of the sort. So, I'm actually finally able to do that now, and it has increased my audience. Mainly for the retro stuff. That seems to be where everybody is these days, is retro gaming. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, old PlayStation hits, things like that. And much less on current stuff. Oh man, ordering food right now sounds so good. Mom is working till 11 tonight. Oh god, I'm happy she got the job, but I'm sad that it's that late. You gotta figure out your own dinner? Yikes. But I don't think that's something you're not used to, though. Still stinks, though. I'm reaching for my water, in case anyone was trying to figure that out. Maybe this is probably a good time to elaborate on my schedule a bit, since we have new people here and everything. I generally stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This week was really bad, and I owe you guys on Discord and YouTube a special explanation. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my seat. I owe you guys a rather deep explanation. I said a little bit of it on stream, but I think it's probably best if I hammer out all my thoughts and just, you know, elaborate on them more. But I'll say it like this. To the internet acquaintance that I mentioned before at the beginning of the stream, what I said is mostly what that reasoning is going to be. When I get into a rut and my schedule gets messed up, it can take me a week or multiple weeks. Usually not more than a week, though, to get back together. Especially if it's like this last week, it was the holidays, right? And me missing one stream slipped up my schedule for like an extra 3 days. So, and I would wake up at odd hours. So I would try to be productive at those odd hours rather than just sleep through it and try to get back to normal. It could take me some time to write my schedule again, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But again, you guys will get the full gist of that in the Discord when I make that post, and it will be today. If someone yell at me if that is not the case. She'll be second shift for the most part. Ooh, yikes. And Friday, Sunday off. At least it's weekends. So a 4-day work week and at least Friday, Sunday off. I mean, that's not 40 hours, that's 32, but take what you can get. Gotta take what you can get. It's just the thing we gotta keep telling ourselves, just take what you can get. It's better than nothing. But damn, it needs to be a lot more than that. Speaking of, Mr. Rowan Darcy, since you happen to be here, would you mind typing in !D server, as in the letter D and the word server, into the Twitch chat, while I do something equivalent for YouTube? I would really appreciate that, please and thank you. Just shilling that Discord one more time. I work really bloody hard on it. If I could put it on screen for you guys, I would. But instead, you'll have to settle for just going there. Onboarding should be pretty much automatic. It's a quiet place, but I am looking to change that little by little, day by day. I have places for stored commands, which I will make some for this game soon. I just have to actually, you know, get on top of that. And not have holidays and stuff take up my time, for good reason. Make sure not missing chat here. But on that Discord, on the Discord server, I have a channel called Content Resources. In that chat, pretty specifically, there's a link to a Google Calendar schedule. This week has been bad, but generally speaking, if you want to know, like, the schedule, like the most accurate schedule, because the Twitch and YouTube postings are not always accurate. The Google Calendar, which you can sync up to your basic Samsung or basic Android calendar app, that's what I do to keep up with all of my Google Calendars that I'm part of. That invite link is permanent, and you just sync it up to your phone, and anytime I change like the stream, you guys will know right away that that something's either happened or I'm about to make an announcement real soon. Sometimes I make the announcement first, but for the most part I usually make the change first. But that is like the way to stay up to date with all of the content, that all of the streams that I have. As for like any like long form video, I have an automated bot on the server that just takes care of that. When I post an actual Dragon Quest Let's Play video, that the bot handles that. So you guys will have a good idea of when content is coming. Let me now go and catch back up on chat. It's not too bad. She worked 32.5 hours previously. Plus, she's become more of a night owl these days. Okay, so the schedule fits her, which was the thing I was a tad bit worried about. She's not always a night owl. Sometimes she's in between being a general afternoon person and a night owl, but good to know. Work-life balance is pretty good that way on the bright side. That is true. That is true. Just joined? Thank you. I'll be sure to get you, like help you through the process of being more properly onboarded later, but I'll go ahead and type this in chat here. So, when you join the Discord server, if you look at roles, I have a few roles set up that will help you stay on top of the content additionally. Whenever the bot pushes a live stream or like a long form video that I post, those roles are there to help you. Select one, both, or none. I have gender roles, although they are not required. They're just useful for self-identification, if anything. And then I have a role with other instructions. Just follow those. Not too difficult. But you don't have to do anything if you don't want those roles. It's a nice, chill Discord. Folks are friendly, and all of them seem to really love the content. Thank you, I appreciate that. And yeah, exactly. I post on that Discord pretty religiously. Sometimes I forget YouTube. Discord, I almost never forget. I have to be in one of those slumps I just talked about, like what happened this week, for me to not keep people informed. To put it this way, due to YouTube's notification system or lack thereof, sometimes it's a lack thereof. The Discord is just a more consistent way to stay connected. That's usually what I try to show, more than anything. Plus, 90% of your benefits are Discord related. Like both subscription and just free. All of our content voting that we do is strictly on the Discord. So it is the happening place to be. Enough of me shilling about Discord. Sorry, that was intended to be a quick plug, not a long plug. Don't let anyone know there's a difference between those two things, for the love of God. And we are now going to attempt to actually go deal with this beast, the divine, or Va Meadow, divine beast Va Meadow. We need to talk to Saki to figure this out, and then we also need to get that cold armor, because we are not going anywhere in the sky without being able to resist the cold.
Oh.
I will love if my combined chat dock would stop malfunctioning, because that is what's happening right now. Forgive my intrusion, but I overheard you speaking with the Elder. It sounds like you intend to help my husband Tiba in the fight against Meadow. But to tell the truth, there's not much I can do for you right now, beyond telling you where my husband went. Where did he run off to? Well, my husband headed to a place called the Flight Range. It's in Dronox Pass at the base of Hebra Mountains. It's a place where Rito warriors prepare for aerial combat. I imagine he's gone there to gather weapons for another run at Meadow. As it happens, he made his way to the Flight Range on foot this time. If you take off from Rivali's Landing, it's a straight shot down to the Flight Range. Rivali's Landing is a memorial for the Rito champion Rivali, so named in the hopes that none might forget the events of that horrible day. Speaking of, we have an automatic memory that just comes from being here. Gonna go ahead and wink out a what kind of plug, sloth face? Gonna wink out that camera now.
Impressive, I know. Very few can achieve a mastery of the sky. Yet I have made an art of creating an updraft that allows me to soar. It's considered to be quite the masterpiece of aerial techniques, even among the Rito. With proper utilization of my superior skills, I see no reason why we couldn't easily dispense with Ganon. Now then, my ability to explore the firmament is certainly of note. But let's not, pardon me for being so blunt, let's not forget the fact that I am the most skilled archer of all the Rito. Yet despite these truths, it seems that I've been tapped to merely assist you. All because you happen to have that little darkness-sealing sword on your back. I mean, it's just asinine. Unless you think you can prove me wrong? Maybe we should just settle this one-on-one. But where? Oh, I know. How about up there? Oh, you must pardon me. I forgot you have no way of making it up to that divine beast on your own. Good luck sealing the darkness!
So, let me go back and read chat. A what kind of plug, sloth face? I already read that, but I'm reading it again for emphasis. I thought it, but didn't say it. Smart. No, I'm kidding. Yes, Coin put his foot in his mouth again. I think I was overthinking, or maybe perhaps knowing that plug could have been used, less than wholesomely, so it was like I was already trying to preempt the dirty joke, but then realized I was leaning harder into it, so I was putting my foot further and further and further in my mouth. It was really bad. Foot in his mouth or plug in his mouth? I don't know. You be the judge. You decide. On the next epic rap battle of history. Knowing now that Rivali is a teen in this memory, it makes him less annoying. Yeah, that does kind of dispel the annoyingness. Later, you should listen to his distress signal that comes from the Divine Beast. It's so sad. Yeah, like, knowing his age contextualizes his response a bit more, at least in my opinion. And I think we would agree. Descendant, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, Saki. My apologies. I fear I have said far too much. Ma'am, this is not just a Wendy's. You said exactly what he needed to say, what he needed you to say. You sparked this man's memory. You have done more than your sentiments will ever allow you to know. If there's anything you do not understand, please do not hesitate to ask. Hey, I was kind of trying to I was explaining myself, but I was trying to like simultaneously drop the plug conversation. In fact, say more, make him remember. Yes. Hello, if the Elder trusts you, I will tell you what I can. Tell me, we know where Tiba is. Tell me about him. My husband is very impulsive. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no reasoning with him. We tried to stop him from going off to fight Meadow on his own, but he refused to listen. Though I cannot feign surprise, I did marry a Rita warrior after all. Yes, tell me about Rivali, although we just had a memory flash around him. Rivali is a legendary Rita warrior. Legendary Rita warrior. All the warriors here idolize him. My husband is no exception. He is always talking about turning our son, Tulin, into a warrior just like Rivali. When they go and play together, he's really training him at the flight range. I have never wanted my sweet Tulin to become a warrior myself. Goodbye. Please help my husband. I will. She was only ever gonna say so much. Honestly, those flashes of memory, is about the most you're gonna get in terms of storytelling. And Rivali's sentences are great for a soundboard, Mr. Rowan Darcy. I want to thank you again for saying that. I might dissect that after tonight's Discord post. Speaking of which, I'm gonna do this as a bit of a preface. I know we had the... Hello, kiddos. I'm also surprised that I looked so far down when I didn't need to do that. Anyway, I do have to take another ad break. I'm gonna make this one even shorter. Then the rest of the timer will just be there in case I need it. But if I have to go check back in with my folks regarding dinner and see if they've made a decision. I hate taking ad breaks this close together, but the least I can do is make the viewing experience not suck so much ass by only offering 30 seconds of ads. I think I can at least do that much. But I wanted to let you guys know that shortly I will be having to step away from the keyboard again. Hello, ladies. Is there a reason you two are just kind of... You're staring out. You're staring at her backside. Is there something I need to know about? I'm about to turn in for the night. Come back tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Okay, whatever. It's totally fine. It isn't so bad as eating one's own tail feathers. I could think of worse. Yep. I agree with that. 110%. Let's see if we can't find... I think we're gonna have to go down here. It's where the inn is. We're gonna have to wait till morning. I'm sorry, I missed whatever that was. I just pressed B instinctually. Should you get the shrine teleport? I will. But I will do so after, after we buy this armor. Standard bed, please. I want to save money. How late would you like to sleep? Until morning. Alright, I will wake you come morning. Sweet dreams. That must be nice. In normal inns here in the States, I don't know about anyone else's lived experience, but we have already seen this. We don't need to see it again. Generally, the inns don't bother to get you up unless they need to kick you out. Must be nice to have someone wake you up in the morning for bed and breakfast. Or maybe that would be intrusive. I don't know. I guess that's an engagement question. Damn it, I did it again. I need to stop calling them engagement questions. Because that parts the veil on the meta level thing. Link, hurry! The blood moon rises once again. Exactly. Yeah, I'm kind of operating with the presumption that people will go back and peek at the first 1 or 2 episodes to see everything. But, essentially the blood moon is the indicator that everything is respawned. And it happens about every 3 in-game days, I think. So, stuff be respawning fairly often. Let's buy this headdress. A Rito accessory made from a snowbird's feathers. Made from snowbird feathers, excuse me. Let me read that right. It's adorned with a ruby, a gem that harnesses the power of fire to make cold climates more tolerable. 1,000 rupees. Sure. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. Lined with molted Rito feathers, this tunic was made by Rito artisans for Hylians visiting cold climates. The feathers are stacked in each layer to retain body heat. And then we need to sell things to make room for the pair of pants. Hey friend, thanks for coming by. What can I do for you? Ask you why your name is called Neck. Why is it called Neck? Is it because you have a long neck? Or is there some other reason? I need to know. Why? Just why? Why not, I don't know, Nate or some other alteration of that name? Like all the other names. Why Neck? Maybe it's meant to be Nick or something? He give good neck. I wasn't gonna go there. The thought did occur in the back of my mind, but I was doing a pretty damn good job of suppressing that. He gives good neck for scouting, right? The long neck is to crane around looking like this, looking to see if he can spot anything. Good neck. No need to attach perversion to everything, but I happen to know Mr. Rowan Darcy's speaking habits, and so I can tell when that statement is just... I can tell when these statements are more than they appear to be. That's what you're here for? Max LOL? That is an interesting LOL. What I don't know if that is baseline Twitch or that is 7TV. I think if it were 7TV, it'd show it to me, though. No, I wanted to sell stuff. In my mind, I'm thinking of a YouTube video whose contents I do not want to divulge because it contains, a game that has aged like sour milk. But there's only one thing I'm thinking of when I think of Neck. and it's really not the flattering kind. IDK, sometimes you just use the colon and then type whatever you're trying to convey so weird stuff comes up. That's fair. That's fair. We're gonna sell all these. I think we need 500 rupees? Grapefruits. Grapefruits? Oh, no, we're still talking about real world stuff. There are no grapefruits in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, grapefruits. That's totally not a weird thing that's being discussed right now. I think I'm good. I don't think is that the video you're referencing? No, unfortunately not. That would be super simple if it were. I would just say grapefruit technique if I really wanted to invoke, that's the word I'm looking for, invoke people's memory, to evoke something from their memory. Nope, this was Coin's content that he watched a long time ago. Ah, there is neck in that video as well. There is neck. There's plenty of neck. Neck is referenced 100 times over in that video. Lots of times. I'm selling this topaz. That should give us enough to cross the finish line. 550, okay, not quite 600. The Rito sell these trousers to Hylians in Rito Village. The inside is lined with Rito feathers, so they excel at retaining body heat. Down feathers do actually retain a lot of body heat, so I'm not surprised that it works that way. Yes, I've bought out your armor. Are you happy now? Let us celebrate and rejoice in wearing the full set. Gotta love Breath of the Wild. Link dress-up simulator. Yes, isn't it fun to just mix and match these things? Let me show off this lovely amalgam. This total mismatch slop. Or, threadbare plus tiara. But I usually like it when my armor matches in games. When I was playing World of Warcraft, I was a heavy transmogrify user. I did not like my armor mismatching that much. At least once I became aware of transmog. Somehow he makes it all look good, right? I guess with the armor, we don't really need to prepare food that increases our resistance to cold. We need to actually make food that increases our hearts or stamina, and probably hearts, since we have plenty of stamina already. I don't know who that number is. Sorry. There's a vibration I could hear on my desk. Gotta dye something pretty, like pink or teal or deep green. Let's get that shrine teleport first, and then we can think about dyeing clothes. Sure. I don't have a lot of materials for dyeing things in the first place, though, so there's gonna be like a hard limit on that. I keep wanting to look for the shrine, and I'm somehow messing it up. I suppose I should break. Here it is. Hello. What's this? And I'll never know now because I chucked the pot over the bridge. I wanted to take the time to just say, Ak Vakwa? Vakwa. This game's names, you need someone to pronounce them all. I have no idea what they're trying to say with that. We've already seen these. Once you've seen them once, you've seen this scene 100 times, so we skip it. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me again. And I hope everyone has enjoyed either the gameplay, the commentary, or both. I have the personality of a wet mop. Even when I'm being animated about something, I am not Markiplier. I am not Jacksepticeye. I am not PewDiePie or any other, like, uber ultra mega content creator out there. And even, like, some of the more popular, smaller creators, I'm thinking of, like, MTG Goldfish, or CGB, or Rarin, or some other content creators that are out there. I don't have their personality. I am not vibrant or vivacious. Instead, what I would like to promote here is that I'm calm. I'm not super animated normally, and I keep a bit of a level head. I don't mind getting up high for you guys, but I also hope you are ready to deal with some of the lower lows that my streams can sometimes have. And sometimes my streams are quiet places where people can just sort of lurk, hang back, and I'll either talk about something or I'll let the game's audio take over. One of those things. But I just wanted to take a minute and sort of say that, because I've been trying to not say it so often, but also say it more meaningfully than that, too. It's a skill I'm having to relearn after people have been giving me feedback. That is not true. I am not charismatic. I am diplomatic. That is what my charisma is. People laugh at me. People do not, or laugh at the things I say. People do not laugh with me when I try to make a joke, because I fall flat on my face when I make them, unless I am being obviously lewd or something. And only the simplest of jokes that I typically speak, people find funny. Or, you know, they're part of my friend group, or people I'm trying to put into my friend group, and then, you know, all bets are off. I know what my weak points are. But I also am trying to do a better job of eliciting of making explicit my own strengths. And I would like to think that my calm, cool composure when it comes to action-adventure games or stressful action RPGs like Elden Ring, I'm hoping that calm personality shows through more than anything. But do not mistake my calmness for weakness. I will get angry and animated if necessary, but I hope I never have to do that. You're a funny and fun person to watch. I appreciate that sentiment. You're awesome. This has been hilarious. Thank you, CVB HD. Really appreciate it. The stream was both chill and chaotic at the same time. Thanks. Thank you. I don't seek affirmation all the time, but it is really nice to have. This is the closest thing to feedback I ever get sometimes. Sometimes the chill and quiet times are really nice. Going back a sentence here. Lurk and listen while I work is one of my favorite ways to focus and get work done. Fair. I have been told that privately on a number of occasions, so that sentence checks out. I think you just have a mix of dry humor and off-the-wall commentary that doesn't vibe with some people, and that's okay. Those of us that love watching you love your humor too. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just do still, this is something I do majorly. It is both a hobby and something I'm taking seriously, so I'm always looking to try to appeal to a broader audience. And what appeals is vivacious, over-the-top commentary, where people are making a joke. And obviously, I don't want to follow all the trends, because then there's the things that are really popular, like rage bait. I never want to do that. That's or like drama slop. And I'm not talking about legitimate reporting, but I'm talking like the YouTube version of modern TMZ. I don't want to emulate that either. But I do still want to follow the trends of what do people generally find funny. Or what people generally find appealing. I do want to grow my channels. That is something I want to do. The easier and more profound these... Not easier. The more profound these channels are, the more of an audience I will reach, and maybe this could even be a potent side gig given the time. I do think about it on that level somewhat too. But I recognize it's a hobby. I know, I keep pogoing back and forth between these 2 points, but I guess the real thing I just want to say is that I take this seriously. I took it as seriously as my college education, and it is something that I'm taking seriously now that I am no longer in college education, although maybe Coin might finally fight to try to get back in and finish what he started for the third time. I don't know. I'm gearing up to try to do that. Wish me luck. Okay, so since CVB here does not really know, I hope you don't mind my shortening of your name a little bit until you figure out the new one you want to use, and then I get to learn that all over again. Fine by me. These are shrines. These are the major gimmick. The other is like all the exploration and talking we've been doing. But this is the real gimmick for Breath of the Wild. Shrines are what replaced dungeons from the older Zelda titles. And they were brought back in Tears of the Kingdom, I should say. But, these are kind of like miniature one or few room puzzles that test out a specific mechanic. They vary by region. Sometimes the regions have a theme, sometimes they don't, and it's dependent on where in the world they are. But they always correspond to some kind of puzzle. And these are typically how you get your spirit orbs, which are the things that we've been using to increase our stamina or later on our health. No spirit orbs, you're stuck at 3 hearts and 1 stamina wheel forever. Absolutely forever. 5 ever even. I also think it's okay to just do this because you enjoy it. Your capitalist society insists we commodify everything we do. An unfortunate fact of life, especially what we love. This doesn't have to earn you money or grow viral or large to be worth doing. I agree. I'm trying to like balance that perspective with being a pragmatic person at the same time. And that's hard. That's really hard. Shoot. I don't want you guys to be in a wind tunnel. Let's see. Okay, this cuts out the wind tunnel. I told you guys that at the 4-hour mark, I needed to step away for a moment and go figure out the dinner situation. So I'm gonna go do that now. I'm gonna play that 30 seconds worth of ads I told you about earlier. I'm not even gonna transition to the intermission screen because it's meant to be really short. I will read any and all sentences when I come back, but I want to make sure I get this taken care of. I will see you guys as soon as I come back. sorry about that. I am back. Dinner has been clarified. In fact, it's already been sorted exactly as was discussed. I barely had to be away for like 40 seconds. Let me go ahead and read chat here. What you hope is this. I hope you keep streaming for as long as it continues to make you happy doing it. I agree. I've had a lot of profound joy come from streaming over the years, and I'll admit that streaming isn't always the most positive activity. But it is the biggest form of socialization I have outside of like my real life friend group or meeting people through dating apps or whatever. And this is just for anyone who doesn't know me that well. I am an extrovert. I love seeking people. I am a huge chatterbox. Once I've actually assessed a person and figured out, okay, I can actually talk around them and I'm not having to watch so much of what I say. Oh, huge chatterbox. I'll talk for hours over like something. Some things, you know, it's like humans carrying out a normal conversation. 15, 20, 30 minutes tops, and that's the end of that. And something like, how's the weather, Jim? Well, that's not going to go very far, obviously. But I like being around people. I actually like going out whenever I can do so. Bars, clubs, mainly like not super loud sports bars, more like the ritzy quiet bar. What else? Game clubs. Trying to think of other places where people propagate. Coffee houses. I've been to a few coffee houses. There's some right in my local neighborhood that are really nice. The Cavalier Coffee House is one of them. I don't mind. I like the idea of clubbing. I don't like the idea of drinking at the club, if that makes any sense. Something else people don't know about me. And I'll go back and read all these sentences in just a second. Coin cannot handle alcohol whatsoever. There is I can drink maybe a couple thimblefuls of the stuff and then sleepy bye and just go night night. Goodbye, cruel world, I knew you never, that kind of thing. Yes, I cannot handle alcohol of any kind. I go to sleep as soon as I get drowsy as soon as I try to drink. And then I eventually fall asleep. So I just don't. I never do. I've heard there's some new drinks coming out, though, that are supposed to have a nice buzz on them and don't get me drunk. Maybe those would be more my speed. I'll put that in the Discord later for those who are interested, actually, because it's interesting food science that's coming out now. Let me go back and actually read messages now, though. You and I should look to see what other places you could socialize with folks. Maybe like cardboard, perhaps. Yeah, that's a discussion you and I can have a lot more in private later. Coin, I've never heard of you going to a club. You don't have to drink, though. Most people go to clubs to dance. It's a lot of touching, to be honest. Yeah, it is a lot of touching. I mostly just want to sit and soak the atmosphere. People going dancing, getting sweaty, and the music is nice electronica without being sexually explicit. Give me some nice electronica. There doesn't need to be literal ing in the sentence, or like in the music. I just want to be there for the music and the atmosphere, or the vibe check, as all of the younger millennials. I'm kind of an old fogey in that regard. I don't like using the word vibe that much. I get it. I mostly use vibes when I want to describe impressions of people. But I know it's just like, it replaces the word atmosphere in the largest sense of how I could describe it. So yeah, I go for vibes. I go for music. And I would actually like for the bar or the club to have decent food. And then yes, I want to actually chat with people at a bar. I know that's strange because people are going there to freaking drink and just get hammered, but I want to find the person who is not knee-deep in booze and poon, to borrow some saucy RPG phrasing. I want to find someone who isn't knee-deep and just, like, soak in the atmosphere together. Oh shit, Coin going to a club. Hey there, Rasby. Good to see ya. How are you doing, good sir, in both mind and body? I hope you enjoy your stay. You have yet to go to a bar in your area? I've gone to something more akin to a strip club, or like when I was 21 in the state of Georgia. Let me tell you, maybe a lot of people will probably get more enjoyment out of... Let me just move this so it doesn't go black. I know people probably get a lot more enjoyment out of the strip club for the actual strip part of the club, but that never really appealed to me, and my experience of one never appealed to me. Maybe because I also don't handle alcohol well. A lot of people at those types of places are already kind of knee-deep in booze and poon, so to speak. To keep using that lovely turn of phrase. Just not really my shtick. Yes, I know. All right, let me go back and actually read out some of these other things. Alcohol depresses your neural functions and enhances your GABA. Stops. Look, I'm evoking something specific when I'm saying this, but fair enough. If it makes you uncomfortable, I will find a different word for that. Enhances your GABA receptors. Yeah, it can make you tired. You might just also be alcohol intolerant. Yes, that's a thing. I'll look into that because I need to know what that is on a personal level. Most people aren't at a bar to get super hammered. They're there to relax, which may or may not be hammered, but I get your point. People are going there to... not going there necessarily to get wasted. They're just trying to relax. But I think sometimes in the process... I think sometimes people trying to relax turns into people getting hammered. And that's probably a problem. Talking about alcohol, you really dislike not being sober? Fair. I also don't like being drunk. Can I just say that? I am the person who really believes the best thing that one could be drunk on. I don't even have to get religious or spiritual. I only need to say being drunk on life or high on life is the best kind of high one could ever have. I have a background where people do use drugs, not hard drugs, but tobacco, alcohol, CBD. I'm used to people not having necessarily full command of their faculties all the time for one reason or another, and I don't shame them. You do you, I'll do me. But I personally find that experience alien. But maybe I also don't experience what they experience, so I don't want to minimize their pain, but it would suck for me personally to feel like I need to take something in order to drown out the experience of life. Moving on to other sentences. Yep, I've already said that, and I've already acknowledged this other one. You don't drink personally? Well, I guess we're kindred spirits in that regard. Something about the taste. You did try gummies recently after all those years? That was interesting. Yeah. And you know what? I've heard this on Reddit, so I can go ahead and say it, right? Reddit is totally not a cesspool in and of itself. A lot of people have been calling beer piss water, and I am here for it. I for whatever reason, just hearing those words makes me laugh. Like I can't unsee it now. Beer is just brackish. I've always called it brackish sewer water. It's gross. But some people just like to feel things, chat. Some people like to feel things, and the taste be damned. You also like gummy bears, Kappa? Kappa. I like gummy bears that aren't laced in drugs. You could say cooch, puss, bitches. Poods just sounds nasty. You know what? Fair enough. You'd rather hear the word that might be a bit too saucy for Twitch. Rather than poon. Fair. It would be trippy. I've cussed on this channel before. There are only 2 curse words I will never be caught saying. The Lord's name in vain, because I am a religious person, and so I don't do that. And the other, too saucy for YouTube, but yes, we are multi-streaming, so what does that really say about me, The other one is MFer. I just don't... That feels too strong to me, for whatever reason. I also don't flash middle fingers at people. I have a certain line I've drawn, and I like the line that I've drawn. Most cuss words, whatever. But my hard... you will not catch me saying them ever. And I hardly ever cuss at people to start with. I just cuss on air sometimes. You'll never catch me uttering those 2 phrases ever. Unrelated, you just woke up 10 minutes ago. But, like, for today, it's at the crack of dawn, basically. Hard disagree. The best high is the one you get just before you go under for surgery. We're reading chat, guys. For anyone who's like, why haven't we beaten the shrine yet? Because we're reading chat and catching up with everyone. The best high is the one that you get just before you go under for surgery. Okay, that's a pretty comparable high. Best sleep ever. Also, the endorphin high of skin-to-skin contact with another person helps you release oxytocin, and that's a damn good high too. Okay, there are comparable highs. I will grant you that one. I guess I'm being a little bit too much of a philosopher on that last part. It is piss water. Looks like an unflushed toilet bowl and tastes like it's gone off. Coin approved. It's too saucy for YouTube but not Twitch, apparently. Those sentence enhancers. Yeah, the asterisks are nice sentence enhancers. So is it just MFer or is F what? So I get what it is. Nope, that took me a second to put together. I know it now. I would never, I've never heard those words uttered together before. Yeah, I got it after the first time, Mr. Rowan Darcy, but thank you for being a little bit more explicit for other people. I've just never said it. I've never heard anyone say it either. Why haven't we beaten the shrine yet? Well, there you go, chat. There's the question. And I've already explained it before even answering. I know that was a joke, by the way. I'm also quipping back as a joke. I really want to try to go to a club the remainder of this holiday, since you've never done that. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, I think Rasby was being tongue-in-cheek, Mr. Rowan Darcy, but that's just me. Rasby is free to clarify his own sentence for that, but I'm pretty sure that was tongue-in-cheek. Thought so. So I'm going to do my best to kind of quickly get us through this shrine, because I know that we are, I know we don't like listening to wind tunnels. But I do know the goal of this is there are a bunch of fans, and we need to point them to a specific direction. And why do we need to point them to a specific direction? Well, we need to open some kind of switch. What I can't probably... I think we need to either hit all the switches. Never been to a club either. Well, there was this once for a drag show your friends took you to. Oh, I bet that was an experience and a half. I've never been to a drag show. I'm sure they're probably the funnest things ever. People are usually... I always imagine drag shows to be at these places where people are really bombastic. You've been to a few clubs, but it's mostly because you like dancing with other people. Yeah, I've got 2 left feet. I can't dance. You just get buzzed up enough to not be anxious, and then you get to dance and not care because no one there knows you. Oh my god, drag shows are so fun. There's a few in Augusta throughout the year. Yeah, there's a dating app I use that's, well, it also has, like, notices for drag shows throughout the year. I see them pop up in my feed sometime. They're usually pretty bright and colorful for the advertising. You really like dancing? I guess I must be the odd one out then. I shouldn't say I dislike dancing, it's that it's awkward. Before going to bed today, you actually practice shuffling. I just haven't found a dance I like jigging out to then. Oh, you'll have to go to one here then next time? Yeah, Augusta and like just the actual 2-state area in general does have some pretty nice events. I hope those stay as a facet of, you know, modern city culture over the next, like, half a decade or so. Maybe even for much longer than that. You just don't have practice dancing. Yes, see, exactly. Mr. Owen Darcy knows. Sometimes I don't do a dance with steps. It's more just moving my body to a beat. I just need to find something jiggy and go with it. I've seen some dances lately, but people are gonna laugh at me. Those dances, they're always like a pop culture reference, and I'm deciding which one I want to just kind of like do in my off time to get a little bit better at it. Enough to, you know, do it in private if I want. But I'm more of a what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm sitting here in the wind tunnel instead of either doing the shrine or getting out of the shrine. Let's do the shrine. Go to a place where people dance, look at someone barely dancing, and try to imitate that until you get a hang of the basics. There are YouTube videos that I could look at too that'll show me the basics of dancing. I think the thing I'm waiting on is trying to like size up the shrine. Let's just test things and see what happens. You know what? I think I know what we have to do. I think there's a switch we need to hit. There's a fan that we need to hit. That's what's going on. It doesn't matter if you dance well, TBH. It matters if you're having a good time. That's fair. And Mr. Rowan Darcy would surely say the same thing. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. I think there's this memory, and I'm pretty sure it's a lived experience of mine that I've had. When I was in high school, while I was waiting on the bus, like out front to show up, there was a group of these girls. They looked to be about juniors, you know, and me being the interesting, mentally flavored person that I am, didn't really understand why they were requesting if I had any moves or anything. But they made that request, and so I just kind of did some random steps in just enough of a competent manner that they were like, oh, how impressive. I'm pretty sure I was being mocked, but what can I say? I'm more aware of social cues now than I ever was as a high school kid. 100% dancing is just about feeling good and having fun. I agree. It makes it easier to care less about what your body looks like. When you're dancing, you have to constantly remind myself not to dance too hard because you feel extremely confident and you practiced it a lot and you feel like you're standing out a bit too much. So you're just looking to dance and you're not really looking to be noticed for that dancing skill then. Yeah, I think we have to make all these fans light up is what's gotta happen. Question is, how do we do that? I guess of note, we probably... I can use bombs to detonate these switches. High school is such a BS social experience in that regard. As an adult, most people aren't paying you hardly any attention or caring about what you're doing or looking like. That's fair. Yeah, I agree. High school was an asinine experience. I enjoyed my time in high school, but there were definitely some points where... How do I word this? I suppose I should say I can't have had a normal high school experience. I am a neurodivergent person. I can never have one, just by virtue of my own. At least that's how I see it. Other people, feel free to have your own experience. I can only say, thinking on it now, a lot of my reactions have to be contextualized by the fact that I do not think normally, or in a way that neurotypical people would. And that comes with this idea that their perceived way they think about things, or the way that they do think about things, is just as valid as mine. It's just I have a different lens. I view it through a different lens. It's trying to cross that gap between someone who isn't neurodivergent and someone who is neurodivergent. Like, that's a really hard thing to try to mesh together. You had a typical experience. Let me pause this again. You had a typical experience for a neurodivergent person. The misunderstanding, the bullying is unfortunately normal for us at that time in life. Yeah, especially the misunderstandings and the bullying that comes along with that. You also have to remind yourself you need to understand that what you see is not what others see. Yeah, and that doesn't even have to be a neurodivergent thing, but I think it's particularly acute for neurodivergent people because we are told often that what we see isn't what other people see, that your interpretation of things is not the same. So when you're told that your interpretation isn't the same, you're used to thinking in your head, okay, my interpretation of this isn't the same. Let me see if there's someone else whose interpretation is the same. Or you figure out what interpretation is common, and you learn pretty soon to either emulate that, or you get people who notice you. And being noticed is not always a good thing as a neurodivergent person. It just sometimes isn't. Sucks, but that's the world we live in, I guess. I apologize. People are knowing a little bit, perhaps too much about me compared to what they normally do, but I will say, regulars in my channel do know about my mental makeup. I don't hide it from people, but I also try not to disseminate that just freely. because the world is what it is. Turn that tism brain back to this. You damn right. Turn this brain. I will in just a second. Still procrastinating on getting an official diagnostic. There are some cases where not having the official diagnosis is actually more of a help than you know. I've done some looking around. It's easier if you're born in the country that you're trying to get the diagnosis in. Trying to move to a country and then get some diagnosis is freaking wild. It's amazing the amount of societal rights that some countries just expect neurodivergent people, especially autists, to have to yield in order to be in their country, to just move there. It's viscerally disgusting. But I don't want to dwell into or delve into too many negative subject matters today. Being self-diagnosed is super valid. I agree. Your therapist even says so. Your therapist hates self-diagnosis? That's an interesting divide. I wonder if it's... I mean, I want to be careful with this question, because that kind of undermines, like, them as a therapist. But I wonder if it's because they want to be able to sort of solve that and come up with that diagnosis. I don't know. That's really not for me to know. I'm only positing the question. It's food for thought. And when I find my own therapist, I'll have to go through those same kinds of questions myself. Like, what do they do when they come with all of my... Like, how will they deal with all of my official diagnoses? That's kind of a long journey I don't really have a predictive answer for. You don't agree with her mostly? Self-inflicting stuff is a real issue, but dismissing the details and the experiences is terrible. I agree. That seems unfortunately rigid in terms of thinking. If you're autistic, for example, self-diagnosing doesn't take resources from diagnosed people. It doesn't cause you harm or give you access to medications that may not be right for people. Right. If the coping skills that help you come from other... Let me make sure I read this last sentence. If the coping skills that help you come from other autistic folks, that's great. I also agree. Now... you guys feel free to keep chatting, but I need to get to puzzling, because I have unfortunately spent too much time doing this, and we are definitely going to have to chop this up into two sessions. Right, I need to try to use bombs here. Do these have 360-degree rotation? They do! They do have 360-degree rotation. The people in your area are just extraordinarily scared of self-inflicting symptoms that wouldn't normally be there. Right, there's a whole bunch of medical consequences and financial consequences that come from it, right? You told this person you wanted to date about autism, and they very rigidly said it's just plain bad that you self-diagnosed. Yuck. I remember you telling me about this, Razby. You said it was you were aware that that was a bullet you dodged, or that it was secretly some encounter you actually wanted to dodge. Maybe you can correct me on my wording there, but I remember you saying something along the lines of, well, actually, you know, I was sort of grateful that things turned out the way they did, secretly, underneath, interiorly. But, my memory is definitely not what it used to be. And I'm hoping I'm not misremembering that conversation. I'm sorry that you had to endure that, for what it's worth. Like, really, truly. That's disgusting. I sort of get it. Like, I get where she's coming from, but the sentiment is just wrong. That's the best way I know to say it. I gotta tell you, in your long experience of personal therapy, and also 2 years psych degree, most people don't self-inflict. A person who isn't autistic doesn't wonder if they are. Exactly. Exactly. Only people who are wonder if they are. If you're considering looking into it, there's probably something substantial going on. Like, I didn't want to wake up in the morning and wonder, oh, are my weird emotional responses to things? And my weird abnormal responses to things are just, oh, they're an idiosyncrasy. I just have to figure out how to work through them. Nope. Sometimes those responses are very much not idiosyncratic and cannot really easily be worked through. I hope I didn't mix up words there. She rejected you. Yeah, you mentioned that before. That I do remember. But partially you're grateful because she is very religious. Yeah, okay, that was the part I think was different. And we'll go to uni in a different town next year. I hate wording it this way, but it's just a turn of phrase. I want people to sincerely know that there are other fish in the ocean. I know you know that, but I'm saying it for conversation's sake. That I know there are other fish, and there will surely be other lovely ladies who will not undermine your self-diagnosis, not make you feel less than, and not make you feel terrible. And I sincerely hope you find that in life, if that is what you are really looking for. Okay. Okay, what fans do we actually have left to turn? Okay. So if we turn this fan north, these fans stop spinning. Oh, I see. We need to actually turn these fans this way. We need to make them blow in the opposite direction. I think we need a Savage Lionel Shield for this. Yeah, we need a Savage Lionel Shield. And I promise I'll catch up on anything that isn't exactly a personal conversation in just a second. I want to make sure I'm not doing this streamer thing of just of streamer brain just constantly reading everyone's personal conversations, but anything that isn't explicitly directed at a person, I will make sure I catch up on. This part is requiring a bit of mental effort to get down. Okay, so far so good. Now we need to go back up there and look again at these fans. Okay, so only 2 fans are missing, so if I turn... Oh, but they're in opposite directions, right? If I turn that fan, something feels wrong. Oh, wait. No, it's this one right here. So we don't need... These 2 fans were pointed this way. And actually, if I look at it... the fan to the back right... Hold on. Let me go make sure I'm not missing something. Back right needs to be turned. So you're talking about this one right here. Yeah, okay. And we need to turn it a couple of times. Good, I'm glad I spotted that. Usually trying to catch up on instructions after I've gone about 15 steps too far is not the greatest experience for Twitch chat, but okay. Now what? Can you not just whack them? I can just whack them. I'm just also trying not to damage my weapons as well. Or not damage them too much. But I probably actually need better weapons before I go into the Divine Beast. So maybe that's a fair point. It also would speed this up a little bit. So the issue is if I turn it this way, like, then those two... oh, wait, hang on. Front left fan, turn up. Back left fan, turn right. And I blew myself up. Cool. We're gonna have to eat to replenish that. And we got it. I was, after like that front left fan, I was eventually able to kind of like piece it together, but oh, what a shrine. That was one of the more gnarly ones. Sorry for the wind tunnel effect, guys. I know some of that was definitely self-inflicted. Let me catch up on chat while the monk is giving us his jazz hands, his praying hands in the business. I know we normally skip this chat, but I am trying to do bookkeeping here. Right, we've already read that. I've already read that part. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, so you actually spoke to the therapist on their own language, which is, yeah, really impressive. That's hard to do with... That's hard to do for a lay person, or even with someone with, like, minimal education in the field. That's really hard to do. Super impressive. For whatever reason you keep dealing with religious people, hey, I'm a religious person, but you don't see me injecting my faith into every conversation. My background of being heavily atheist, or into atheism debates. Okay, I needed to read that the way it was written. And debates of supernatural stuff really messes with your options. I can imagine not too many people would be up for being mentally taxed in that way, because those sorts of discussions are mentally taxing, even if you don't intend them to be. Even if you're being mental, they can be. Yeah, for that you just kind of have to find someone who has a similar thought pattern to your own. There's really, like, birds of a feather flock together, and you will find someone. Even if I do think you are very unique in that regard, everyone has someone made for them. That's how I feel anyway. I'm reading anything that it doesn't have an at specifically at it. Religious folks can be difficult to speak with about stuff because they don't have the same beliefs in struggle or pain. Yeah, I do get that. I break with a lot of my more religious or spiritual friends on things all the time. And I am a very deeply spiritual person. I will not hide that from people, but I don't make it my life's work to talk about it at every available opportunity. I don't need to do that. People need to come to other people where they're at, not make them come to them. It's a bad persuasive technique, if nothing else. And it's something I've picked up on pretty early on. Yep, and then this was all the directions. It was mostly white noise. It's still painful to listen to, and I didn't like it either. Okay. Yeah, that section was kind of cold. A whole binder supporting self-diagnosis. Yep, and if you Google test for X, you can usually find ones that are backed by actual research. Yep. You just gotta really look for them, or know the official channels to look for on them. And that's not always the easiest thing, especially with Google AI searches being more rampant these days. Locally, the vast majority of nice people here you found were Pentecostal or some other religion and seemed to be following it, which makes sense to me because you believe religious people are more resourceful because they are shielded from a lot of the fundamental fears. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I've never thought about the fact that my faith is a shield. I've never seen it that way. But I could especially believe that for Pentecostal folks. Your issue with religious folks is they always debate you on things like defending and justifying your own identity. You don't want to debate your existence. Yeah, that's... Whenever I see or have a religious friend that wants to do this, I try to gently urge them, and perhaps more bombastically if they refuse to listen, that that's not really the sort of fight you want to pick. It's not. And that thing should be viewed as immutable anything. And by thing, I mean your identity. It's this immutable thing, you know who you are. Debating that or trying to open it up for discussion is pointless. Like, when I'm speaking to my friends of spiritual or religious persuasion, I try to speak to them on logic from a religious or spiritual perspective. It's the ecclesiastical approach. The Jesuit approach, as I like to call it. I try to appeal to their own reasoning through logic. And logic mired in their own, cloaked in their own goals. And that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. You can kind of push people away. Religion provides an existing framework for the fears of death, purpose, and isolation. Yeah, that's kind of how I've come to see it these days. The main challenge of being human is answering them. Religion heavily takes away the responsibility from you to answer it. And it provides community and support, and that's like the firewood of being able to live life and be nice to others. I guess I kind of sit different compared to most people in that regard than Rasby, because I sort of view my own spirituality as a call to answer those questions. Yeah, I know I could go find the answer, but those answers that are prescriptive in the book are not the same ones I need to find. And I sort of view that as the... How do I word this? What I'm trying to say is very complicated, so I want to make sure I get it right. I view my spiritual and religious teachings as a sort of self-challenge and personal calling. And it's also mired a great deal in philosophy as well. So I don't just feel through things, I try to think through things. and I try to think through it in a way that is different than a logician might do it. Because philosophy and logic go hand in hand, but they don't always hold hands all the time. Sometimes you need to depart the realm of the physical and entertain that realm of metaphysical, or the things that maybe don't have a physical basis, in order to perhaps appeal to people on their level. Or I guess in regards to myself, it's, for me, I kind of see these things as resonating more clearly with myself than other people. I can hold my philosophy together in the same place I hold my religion, and separate them when I want to. When I want to be a humanitarian, I'm a humanitarian. When I want to be a Christian, because that's the faith I observe and believe in, then I am a Christian. And when I want to merge those things together and talk about them that way, then I will do so. It's what I believe, and it's my onus to think that way. I try my best to explain it so I don't confuse people, but by the same token, it's mine. The only person it really needs to make sense to is me, and only on the crossover of the actual issue being discussed do I need to make sure my reasoning makes sense, if that makes any sense at all. You envy religious people? You can never be religious. You want the perks. They're very real. Minus the non-perks, like restrictions and homophobia. I could see that. That makes a lot of sense. True that. I think my framework is more philosophical and an attempted understanding of what it means to be kind and compassionate for others, because you want others to have that for you. Yeah, a lot of my religious practices frame the same exact way. I don't always think about it in strict, what's the word I'm looking for? In strict religious terms. I forgot the word, so I'm just going to use the generic one. I don't know. I get it hard to follow. Yes, I pogo a lot, Rasby, but I appreciate your attempt to keep up. Basically, the simplest way I know to explain it is I compartmentalize the parts that don't make sense to me. And I learned to separate what the actual text of the spiritual literature says versus what people are doing with it or saying about it. And I think for myself. I come to my own conclusions. Or, I might need a filter on what the text is saying. I keep a copy of the Bible in my office, and it has a lot more than just the scripture in it. It's also history, maybe contextualized history, so I need to go look up history from other points of view so I don't get it twisted. But it also, speaks the religious word plain. It doesn't make me try to interpret in ye old King's English. Sorry, I'm not. If you're using thou and thy, that's fine. I can keep up with that level of archaic parlance, but it's not something I want to do. So I'll go grab the New Living Translation or the international version. A lot of people who read the Bible, I know I'm getting religious. I'm trying not to, but it's just the part of the discussion we're in at the moment. When I'm specifically looking for interpretations or ways the scripture is written, I always look for the international version because that is the one people read. And then if I don't need to cater to an international audience, okay, I can go with the New Living Translation with the modern conveniences of English. Because King's English is very confusing for obvious reasons. Sheikah Monk, you really are, those really were some jazz hands, huh? Jazz hands is when you have your hands put up like in stop. That is not quite jazz hands. I'm not sure what your framework is based on. Valid. You understand the processes and what works, and you apply any of the tools you have available. I lean towards Buddhism and Zen stuff, acceptance of things, focusing internally, and being present. That's definitely the druidry part of my, like, philosophy. Again, these things I've meshed together, but I can take them apart just as quickly. And I say druid, but I suppose I really should say bard, because druid sort of implies that I'm a Celtic druid, which I'm not. I am the ye old Breton druid. They were philosophers back in the day. I hold their philosophy in high regard. That's the best way I know to describe it. Not an official member, but that is just sort of the other designation I keep off to the side. I admire their worldview on things. They keep things very separate until they need to mesh them together and try to interpret things as a cohesive whole. I try to do the same thing. You've been Christian, Buddhist, neo-pagan, a witch, and now just a sort of spiritualist that's vaguely nature-focused and personal heritage-focused. I take what works for me from what you've liked and leave what you don't. Then our approaches are pretty similar to that. We just change which context it is. Most religions you think have something worth keeping in mind. And then that is a specific targeted question, which I do not read aloud. Well, guys, it's been 5 hours, and I know I said we would do the Divine Beast. I wasn't expecting to spend a whole ass extra hour between the shrine and the talking. To be clear, you guys are wonderful. And it's not your fault. It's mine. Utterly mine. I'm the one who's the chatterbox. He can't stop talking when an interesting subject comes his way. You were never gonna get to the Divine Beast today? Hey, I tried to dream big. I said don't let your dreams be dreams. But I guess this dream was a meme, wasn't it? Shia LaBeouf is giving me his earnestly hard, fierce stare and saying, you shoulda dreamt harder, pal. And so I have to dream harder, and I have to go back and tinker another thumbnail. But I do want to thank everybody for all the conversation today.
Oh, are you aggrieved?
Yes, Sir Gideon, I am aggrieved. But I will fix my aggrievement tomorrow. I will try to stream tomorrow. It may not be 1 though. I'll look at the calendar again. But I may need to upshift or downshift that time. Cause I gotta make the thumbnail for that again. And this time I might need to add some special stuff on top. Be sure to be there if you do. Thank you, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Really appreciate it. Your gift of gab has really helped stream today. I mean that in the most earnest way possible. Along with everyone else's gift of gab too. But you are the yin to my yang. You know how to complete the joke in a way that I never could. Unfortunately, I need to go eat dinner, so this is where I'm gonna need to cut and run. You guys are more than welcome to continue chatting in here, or else, you can always take the conversation to Discord DMs or whatever place fits your fancy. That's for you to decide. But I think I've already thanked people. What I will say is I'm going to try to have the Dragon Quest video up by Wednesday as planned, and a lot of the other updates will come in the form of Discord, so please keep your eyes peeled. I'm going to shill this Discord one last time. But there is a chap I will also recommend to you before I go. His name is MonkeyFunk4D. He's a variety streamer like I am, and he's playing Sekiro today. So if you guys want good, gritty action RPG, I would recommend checking him out. He's also a Twitch associate of mine, so I'm definitely doing my part making sure people know about him. Check him out or don't, but I'm doing my due diligence. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Stay tuned on the Discord for the exact time that I'll be streaming. It may not be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Sorry again for this week, but thank you so much for your patience, understanding, kindness, love, and humility and latitude with me. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, senators and inductees. Stay safe out there, take care of yourselves, and with that, goodbye.